Then unangajula two. Okay. Bathi singabafaka chief.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Ngibonga.
Ubheke la. Ubheke overtake. Oh. Hayi namhlanje ngisawula mina angisho ngendaba. Hayi ngizohlawula ngempela mina. Hayi. Ya bathi bangangena chief.
Oh, okay.
Bafake bahlale la. Bahlala ngalemuva and then u speaker will acknowledge them.
Ngiyani manje? Angazi
Platform, can you hear me?
Yes,
Loud and
Mario.
clear, Mario.
Speaker Mike, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Kwaza mkonto kwaza. Kwaza mkonto. Lolo.
Recording in progress.
Speaker.
We'll now have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Honorable members, just to advise you first, I bow to the sergeant at arms, and then I bow on the right and then on the left. Just as a reminder. Honorable members, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignations of Ms. R. Tagodin, Ms. S.F. Roque, and Ms. E. Freeman have been filled by the nominations of Mr. E. Hendricks, Ms. J. A. Passon, and Ms. S. Peters, with effect from 12 June 2025, respectively. I will ask the members if they are in the house to stand up.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. The honorable members are so excited after the swearing in, and because of the long queue of other members also being sworn in today, that they jump the queue and they are busy doing the administrative work on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for notifying us. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. F.B. Mfiki's loss of membership of the National Assembly in terms of Section 47, subsection 3, subsection 6 of the Constitution has been filled by the nomination of Mr. L.G. Shangase with effect from 12 June 2025. Honorable members, is the member in the house? You're most welcome. Honorable members, I wish to also announce that Mr. J.B. Mdolo has been nominated with effect from 12 June 2025. He's filling the vacancy to which Mr. C.M. Mochero had been nominated but did not take up his seat in the National Assembly. Is the honorable member here? You're welcome. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. I.G. Menyanso's loss of membership in terms of Section 47, subsection 3C of the Constitution has been filled by the nomination of Mr. Z.K.A. Cele. Ubabundosi nangephakamise isandla. The vacancy, order, honorable member, order. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. A.M. Kweta's loss of membership of the National Assembly has now been filled by the nomination of Mr. S.W. Mkhize. Thank you. Another vacancy owing to Ms. G.A. Mogoti's loss of membership of the National Assembly in terms of the relevant section of the Constitution has now been filled by the nomination of Ms. P. Mkhize with effect from 12 June. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. S.S. Dlamini's loss of membership of the National Assembly in terms of the relevant section of the Constitution has now been filled by Mr. G. Motaung. The vacancy which occurred owing to Ms. N. G. Mgwebi's loss of membership of the NA in terms of the relevant section of the Constitution has now been filled by Ms. N. Buthelezi with effect from 12 June 2025. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. S.S. Dlamini's loss of membership of the NA in terms of the relevant section of the Constitution has now been filled by Mr. N. N. Shezi. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. S.M. Masilela's loss of membership of the NA in terms of the relevant section of the Constitution has now been filled by Dr. K. Litchfield Chabalala. All the members have made and subscribed to the oath and solemn affirmation in the Speaker's office. Actually, it was done here in the Good Hope Chamber because there were many of them who needed to be sworn in today. You are most welcome, honorable members, to the National Assembly. Order, honorable member. Some of you, I know, order. I understand that some of you have to go and finish your administrative issues, so you are allowed to leave as and when you'd want to. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable, order.
Honorable Speaker, some of our members on the platform are waiting to be let in, please. If somebody could take care of that.
Okay, thank you very much. ICT, can you please allow members who are on the lobby? Honorable Malon?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to just raise a point of order. I'm not sure which rule it is because I want to call myself to order for not having standing earlier on when I addressed you. My apologies, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Calling the point of order to yourself in this regard is sustained. Order, honorable member. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of Mr. N.M. Hadebe. I would like to also recognize the family of our late Honorable Sithole who are with us in the house today. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move a motion that the House notes with a heavy heart the sad news that Inkatha Freedom Party veteran member of Parliament, Mr. Ketamabala Petros Sithole, passed away on Saturday, 31 May 2025 at the age of 68, and that the House recalls that Mr. Sithole served as the Deputy Chief Whip in the National Assembly and was a long-time member of the party's National Council. Further recalls that Mr. Sithole previously served as a councillor in Ekurhuleni and briefly served in the Gauteng legislature from 2009 to 2010 before being redeployed to the National Assembly. That the House acknowledges that Mr. Sithole distinguished himself through rigorous oversight and a steadfast commitment to accountability, which greatly enhanced the effectiveness of parliamentary processes. Further acknowledges that Mr. Sithole served on various portfolio committees, including the Portfolio Committee on Transport, Communications and Digital Technologies, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, Human Settlements, and the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests, and further conveys its deepest condolences to his family, the IFP leaders, IFP members and supporters, members and staff of the Parliamentary Caucus, and friends on the passing of Mr. Ketamabala Petros Sithole. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll now have messages of condolences from parties. Honorable Inkosi R.N. Gqebekhulu.
Ngiyabonga mhlonishwa Somlomo abahlonipheki bonke abakhona. In less than a year, the IFP once again rises in this House to bid farewell to one of its dedicated public servants and honorable members. Death has taken from us a person who devoted their life to building a better South Africa. The violent manner makes it even harder to bear. It is now clear criminals have declared war on everyone, including those who make the laws to hold them to account. No words can express depth of our gratitude for the comfort your messages have brought to the IFP and the Sithole family. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all members who attended the funeral in Ekuteni and the memorial service yesterday. Your presence was a powerful reminder that beyond party lines, we are first and foremost human beings, bound by a shared commitment to the people we serve. Honorable Sithole was not honorable merely by title. He was honorable in the truest essence of the word. He led not by command, by example. He was a man grounded in humanity, guided by integrity, and deeply committed to serving the people of South Africa. 2 weeks ago, as the caucus, we received many condolence messages. A common thread that through them all, that Honorable Jobe treated others with kindness and respect. He made people feel seen, heard, and valued. Honorable Sithole served with distinction on numerous portfolio committees where his insightful contributions and strong command of policy consistency enriched our debate and strengthened oversight. In moments of conflict or uncertainty, his calm and compassionate nature brought a sense of hope and stability. His presence will be sorely missed by all who had privilege to knowing him. Hambe kahle Mapita, hambe kahle Mondese, Machane kaJobe, to correct those who might be missing the praising of the stories. Is Machane kaJobe, not Jobe Machane. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and I think the Sithole family. Today, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress, not to debate, but to remember, to honor and to mourn, and most importantly, to celebrate the life of a man who walked amongst us, not with loudness of pride, but with the quiet dignity of purpose, the late Honorable Ketamabala Sithole, Utatu Jobe, as we fondly called him. When we speak of service to the people, we often speak in abstract terms, but Honorable Sithole lived service. He breathed service and he embodied it. He was the quintessential man of the people, unpretentious, grounded, and relentlessly compassionate. He was a man who carried the warmth of his communal rural Nkandla roots into every meeting, every committee session, and every corridor of this parliament. I'm much younger than Dadu Jobe, yet he never made me feel any lesser. He treated me and all of us with a grace that is rare, respectful, gentle, and kind, and deeply curious. His hunger to grow and learn, especially in the world of digital technology, was legendary. I remember the first time from the chair, I made a ruling in our first meeting that there would not be any printed paper in our meetings. Members had been issued gadget by parliaments and they should use them. He had this quizzing look about him, but like all members, he complied. I still smile remembering his voice calling out after meetings, "Where ntombazana yam?" always followed by Chairperson. "Wozongibonisa ukuthi le nto isebenza kanjani?" He was always eager to understand, never ashamed to ask, and always with a laugh on the ready. Babu Sithole laughed easily at himself, with others, and even at the systems that challenged him. When he struggled to pronounce .Zedna, one of our portfolio entities, he and Honorable Mkhacha simply renamed it Zodwa. Problem solved. .Zedna became Zodwa, and that was his way, bringing simplicity and complexity and lightness to difficult rooms. He was a father figure in our committee, guaranteed to diffuse any tense or difficult situation with the wisdom of age and experience. And when it comes to the struggle of rural communities, though, there was nothing lighthearted about Babu Sithole. He spoke with fierce urgency about the need for school connectivity, signal quality, and universal access. His fight was always for every forgotten rural community across our country. In committee meetings, he questioned government entities relentlessly, not to grandstand, but to insist on dignity for the people. Jobe and I shared a deep and abiding passion for the South African Post Office. I remember when we did interviews for councillors for ICASA, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, each and every candidate, and there were 18 of them, they all faced the same determined question from Jobe. What is your plan to help the post office? What about the SABC? Because you see, to him, the post office and the SABC were more than just institutions. They were a lifeline, strategic and critical state assets connecting people to one another and the world. And then there was football. Honorable Sithole was a proud Orlando Pirates man. I remember one day I made the mistake to celebrate the mighty Kaizer Chiefs' victory over Pirates. I paid for it with unending messages from Babu Sithole, telling me I was too young to know the University of Football, where the best deans and professors were always Ezgama Gebula. It's these messages that I still go back to, just to have a little part of him with us. But now, honorable members, we face a painful truth. His life, so gentle, so dedicated, ended in such a violent and unjust way. It leaves us shaken. We call on law enforcement agencies to leave no stone unturned in bringing those responsible to justice. Honorable Sithole's legacy demands it, his family deserves it, and our nation expects it. We expected more from him, and we needed more from him. We look forward to the day when the relentless march to opportunity, job creation, and bridging the brutal digital divide would be realized, where he would be there with us, championing rural access, advocating for better bandwidth in far-flung villages, and reminding us that development must not leave anyone behind. Honorable Speaker, I wish to say this to this House, the people of South Africa, and the family of Utatu Sithole. Ujobe uyibekile induku ebala. Ixekwa lishiyeke kuthi. Let us not let his vision fail. Let us continue to imagine, as he did, a truly connected society. A South Africa where access to technology gives people a fighting chance to finally throw off the yoke of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and underdevelopment. Where a learner in his beloved Nkandla has the same digital opportunities as one in Sandton. A society where rural clinics are linked to world-class e-health systems, where small farmers are able to sell their produce online, where no child is excluded by signal strength, data costs, or unaffordable devices. That's the future he fought for. So let us carry that vision forward with urgency and resolve. To his beloved family, his political home, Inkatha Freedom Party, and all whose lives he touched, we say thuthuzelekan, akuhlanga lungehlanga, kunje kuzo zonke izizwe, lalani ngele cala linenxeba mziwa kwaSithole. May you find comfort in the legacy of a man who lived with purpose and walked with peace. Though his voice is stilled, his mission is not. As scripture reminds us in 2 Timothy 4 verse 7, uJobe ulwile umzamo omhle, uqhatso ulifezile, ukholo ulugcinile. Indeed, Honorable Sithole fought the good fight for justice, for dignity, and for his people. He finished his race with courage. He kept the faith. Now let us keep his faith alive. Yanga usomandla nezihlwele zakubo zingamkhanyisela ngokhanyiso olungacimiyo. And may we, the living, rise to the challenge he lives behind, to fight the evil and indignity of poverty and use all instruments at our disposal to ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nodata.
Somlomo malunga bekekileyo usapho izihlobo nezalamane zakwaJobe noMabhena ngiyanibulisa ngale njikalanga ngelihle igama lenkosi molweni. Singumbutho weDemocratic Alliance sizothi tutwini sapho lakwaJobe nakumbutho wakhe i-IFP ngokushiywa kabuhlungu ngohloniphekileyo ukhetha amabala akuthiwa ngu-K P Sithole ebesimthutha xa simbiza sithi Jobe. UJobe ke ebengumntu ebantwini efudumele ebengekenokugqitha engabulisanga ade ame akubambe ngesandla akubuze impilo kwaye atshekishe noba uligqibele nini usapho lwakho. After that warm embrace, he would usually follow up with some humorous banter and jokes. Athi, wena tata, njengoba uphethe la takeaway yala eParliament, uzomthatha nini unkosikazi uzodla kahle? Athi ngiyakucela mfethu awuqonywe. Sihleke lonto ke yongaphakelwa okanye siphekelwe Acacia. Ngamanye amaxesha uba siyancokola ebhasini siyagoduka athi sengathi ngizoze ngiphefumule umoya we-DA manje ningididise noShelembe anisuke eduze kwami, referring to the Honorable Shelembe who was very close to him from the DA. I met Jobe in the 6th Parliament, and already then he was a long-serving public representative who served as a councillor, member of the provincial legislature in Gauteng, and a member of parliament since 2010. Unfortunately for me, I was still in matric then. I came to work closely with him in the 7th Parliament, where we both served as deputy chief whips of our respective parties. We spent quite a few days in the week in the same meetings. We served on the Chief Whips Forum, the programming committee that sets the agenda of Parliament, the Rules Committee, and the Ethics Committee responsible for the discipline of members. Unfortunately, I can't share what he used to say when matters came there. Ujobe also served on other committees of Parliament that were mentioned earlier in the motion today, where he executed his work diligently, taking up issues of his constituency, particularly the rural areas. He was humble and soft-spoken, a quiet strength, a gentle giant, some might call him. I got to know him as a man who loved his family, worked hard for his community to try to build peace, progress, and service delivery through his party, the IFP. A true servant of South Africa, enobuntu kwaye ehlekisa. On the 31st of May was a tragic day not only for the IFP and the Sithole family, but also a horrible day for this parliament. May Jobe's killers never find peace in their heinous act. We as this parliament have a responsibility to continue the fight against criminality for fallen servants like Jobe. He is not just a statistic of another South African killed in a brutal murder, but he is a fallen husband to his wife, Umama Bena, who is here today. Will become a memory to his children, which his son is also here, and his grandchildren, and a lost provider to his family that's sitting at the back there. And an indictment to the courts to bring justice. As much as we are cautiously optimistic that 2 people have been arrested regarding his murder, we must ensure justice is served to the Sithole family. Lala ngokuthula qhawe, phumla nkokheli, xolani mzuwa kaJobe, tutwini mzuwe AFP. CADA silapha ukuzothi, uThixo uzawuba nani. Zeke ningaxhalabi, ngoba uJobe olwakhe ugqatso, uThixo amthumele lona apha emhlabeni ulifezile. Masinibulele ngokusiboleka singumZantsi Afrika indoda ethobeke kangaka kwaye enobuntu ehlekisayo eyakhe indima uyidlalile nesizwe saseMzantsi Afrika sizuzile ngobukho bakhe. He did not only run the Comrades Marathon over the years while he was still with us, but we must now accept that God has determined that he has run his race in this lifetime. So let us celebrate his life and let him rest in eternal peace. As the DA, we again would like to say and extend our sincere condolences to the family of Ukhetha Mabala, K P Sithole, Jobe, and the IFP at large for your loss. Nikhumbule uba uThixo unecebo ngathi sonke. Umama ondizalayo ongasekhoyo wayesikhumbuza xa ethandaza athi mntanam ndiyazi inkosi izayilungisa indlela yam. Neyenu ke sele eyilungisile njengoba nizayihamba sele engekho uJobe. Anga umphefumlo kaJobe angaphumla ngoxolo kwaye uThixo athomalalisa inhliziyo zenu nonke nithe nava kabuhlungu ngaye ngoku kude kube ngunaphakade. Hamba kakuhle Jobe. Ndiyabulela, enkosi.
Inkosi. Honorable J.S. Ngubane.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is with great sadness that again today we have to pass these condolences to the Jobe family and the IFP at large as MK Party. Jobe served the people of South Africa with honor and dignity. The proof of what I'm saying is reflective of how Honorable Ketamabala lost his life. He was at work organizing the meeting for his constituency, his community that he loved. When I arrived here in Parliament, it was extremely heartwarming from my side to be welcomed by Jobe. I felt at home. He informed me that he knows Msinga, Nkandla. It was like I felt at home when he was talking about the places I know. He made me feel at home while I was here in Parliament. The one thing that triggered me about the Jobe, the way he was so excellent in packaging the relationships to individuals, you will swear that you are the only one that is special to Jobe. He spoke about challenges and solutions of MK Party. You'll swear that he was somehow a part-time member of MK Party. He will advise me of how I must handle the challenges at MK, what I must do and what I must not do. We have lost a dear friend as MK Party. He would hold our president at high esteem and say, "Umfana wangakithi engane." He will advise me how to handle this and that. At the end, he will say, MK Party is our organization. And I'll laugh at that and say, how come MK Party is your organization? But I said, when you go there in front, you must say, Gwaza, Mkondo, Gwaza, and we didn't do it. We lost a very friendly member of Parliament, a constructive member. We served again with Jobe in the DCDT portfolio committee. When there were agenda items, he will call me on the side and say, Ngubane, as ally. You'll remember Chairperson of the Honorable Sangoni when we were doing the interviews. He will call me on the side and say, Mfanagit, was as ally, was as ally. This is how now on this item. So that's how Jobe was. You will even forget that Jobe probably is from IFP. As I said, DP, you feel like that Jobe is part of MK member, but you know for sure that this man is not a member of MK. So in closing, what would like to ask as MK Party to IFP leadership and us as in Parliament, we asked that when we went at the funeral in Kandla of MK, that the IFP must never forget the daughter of Honorable Jobe about the work that the daughter requested. Please, and we must not do that when a member of Parliament has passed on and then we forget completely as if that member doesn't exist. Let's go back there and make sure that we live to the promises of his kids and make sure that that little daughter and the other kids of Jobe, they must not see a vacuum after a father has passed on. And please, we plead that the daughter of Jobe, let's find employment for her and let's help her so that what Jobe was providing on these kids, it must still be provided as well by the daughter that is left behind. Again, as MK Party, we humbly share the grieving moment that the Jobe family and IFP is going through and hope that God gives all of you strength to cope and handle this loss accordingly. May Jobe rest in peace and the family be comforted. Lala ngoxolo Ketamabala. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Xolisa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the family of Babu Sithole present with us today. It was around this time last year that I was sworn in as a new member of Parliament. Soon after that, my organization, the EFF, deployed me to the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, where I first met Honorable Sithole. Not long after, we served together again in the Portfolio Committee on Communication. This meant that I spent a lot of time with him, seeing him regularly in committees and in Parliament. Every encounter with him began the same way: his smile, his arms outstretched, and me walking into his warm embrace. "Nayi ingane yam," he would say with a smile as he squeezes me tightly. But Babu Sithole's love wasn't limited to those before him. In every discussion we had, he carried the voices of our people in villages, ensuring that their struggles were never sidelined. I remember our week in Gauteng together as we did our oversight visit, where he would scold me for missing breakfast. I would explain to him how I was on a strict diet and how it was often unavailable at hotels. He would then insist that I take some fruit and juice at least. He would look at me to check the kind of shoes I was wearing and tell me to wear comfortable shoes if our day would be a long one with walks in between. During the final attempt at delivering the budget speech, I approached him as he stood with the chief whip of the IFP, his party, and Honorable Hlengwa. My arm was in a sling. True to form, Baba Sithole smiled, opened his arms, and I melted into his hug. He asked, full of concern, what had happened to me. I reminded him of the lingering effects of the stroke I had suffered on my left side. Turning to Honorable Hlengwa, he said firmly, "I know what she needs." And they promised that they would bring me a healing herb from home. So Honorable Hlengwa, it is his responsibility now to make sure that he brings me that herb. The Thursday before his assassination on Sunday, we both attended a sitting here at Good Hope Chambers. That day I had an urgent matter that pulled me in and out of Parliament. I stepped out 3 or 4 times. Babu Sithole was sitting at the back next to the exit door. Each time I passed, he stretched out his hand so I could high-five him. If I had known that that was the last time I high-fived him, I would have stepped out of this chamber 100 more times just to high-five him one more time. But that was him. Babu Sithole was always very loving in the simplest of moments. We traveled to Nkandla to bury our father, and now we understand why Babu Sithole couldn't wait to meet with the MNOs, because the people he always talked about who walked from the villages to the roadside just to catch networks were there. As we drove by, we saw them. Traveling to your village, Baba, we saw why you were one of the voices about the ailing road infrastructure in our country. And living in the way that you did, I understand why you asked PRASA to provide answers to the issue of its abandoned building, which have over the years become a haven for criminals. You wanted them to provide their plans to ensure that their abandoned buildings are secured and cannot be used to endanger those living in the areas that surround it. You dreamed of a safe society for all, where no one feared the shadows. You fell victim to the darkness you sought to dismantle. But Baba, your love was your leadership. From the first meeting to the last breath, you showed me that to lead is to love relentlessly. Good night, Dada, until we meet again. As the EFF, we continue to send our deepest condolences to the family of Babu Sithole, the IFP, and everyone who knew him. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, fellow honorable colleagues, fellow South Africans, and in particularly the Sithole family. It was a great honor for me to have a swift engagement with the family, the wife, sister, brother, and the son earlier today. And what makes it so special on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to be able to stand here and convey condolences and a message of encouragement is that I know what it is to lose a father. Today is also the memorial of my father. And it gives it special impetus for me to be able to stand here and speak to a family who's lost a father and a husband. In the Gospel of the book of John 14, we are assured when Jesus said he's gone to prepare a place for us. And it's a place for all of us. And as Christians and God-fearing people, it is important for us to know what we say when we pray. As in the scriptures, we are taught to pray the Our Father. And when we do pray the Our Father, we do say, Thy will be done. And no matter the circumstances in how we have lost Honorable Sithole, we still believe that it's the will of God. We don't believe in the manner that you went, but we believe that Thy will be done. Let us trust God for everything that He has put out for us when it comes to the scriptures. Honorable Sithole, a dedicated public servant, big in stature, but in particularly also very small heart, too gentle. I want to appeal that to find closure during such tragic, brutal ways of taking someone so special away from a family, that this trial must be expedited. Because any delay in this particular trial will mean that the family will take longer to find closure. And it's not a good space to be in when you've lost someone so exemplary, such a father figure, and such a great leader for the Inkatha Freedom Party, when this trial is going to be delayed unduly. Closure is what it's about, but may the family find strength, because the most highest place is down on your knees, and that is where I want you to go to, that particular space, when you feel down, out, and weak, for we are only human. I want to conclude in saying that we acknowledge his contributions to Parliament and his tireless, effortless, and relentless fight to change and liberate our country to a point whereby everybody live in a country that is free and fair and just and equal. So the IFP, our condolences from the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ngobedi.
Madam Speaker, it's with sadness and solemn respect that the FF Plus wishes to convey our most sincere condolences on the passing of the Honorable Jobi Sithole. He was a valued colleague in this Parliament and always had a friendly word or a joke wherever one would come across him on the precinct, usually there where we sat next to each other during Chief Whip's forum meetings. His untimely demise has left a void, not only among us here as colleagues, but I'm sure also within his constituency, his community, his party, and most important of all, of course, his family. The circumstances surrounding his death were a tragic reminder of the scourge of violent crime that continues to afflict our nation, underscoring the need for collective action to address this crisis. May justice be served swiftly. Honorable Sithole's service to Parliament and his broader community was marked by dedication and commitment to public service. His contributions were notable, and his efforts to advance the interests of all South Africans will be remembered. It is clear from conversations with his IFP colleagues and listening to the speakers before me that his work exemplified a spirit of leadership and resolve that remains a model for others. A great South African leader once said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead." Condolences are extended to his party, in particular to his caucus here in the National Assembly, his friends and his family during this time of mourning and beyond. May his contributions to society be remembered. May his memory offer solace to those who mourn his loss, and may his soul rest forever in perfect peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Janet. Honorable Trolley.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Sithole family, or Jobe, the IFP leadership, MPs, general membership, and to Parliament, it's an honor to be able to convey our condolences to all of you at the loss of one of our own, Honorable Ketamabala Sithole Ujobe. I was at his memorial service yesterday in the old assembly, and even though I didn't know him well and only served with him for a year, and some of my colleagues attended other memorial services, I know that he was respected and well-loved by many for his gentle and friendly persona and his commitment to representing his party, his constituency, and his community. And people have paid testimony to that. I'm going to repeat what I said there yesterday because I think it's incumbent upon us as members of Parliament to think very seriously about these words. And a literal translation of that is, what has happened has happened. It's not unusual. Well, this is in the event of the loss of life through natural causes or an accident. This wasn't an accident. His life ended brutally in a hail of bullets. And this kind of senseless criminality cannot be tolerated. We daren't become inured and impervious, or even less so, accepting of this kind of brutality. We as legislators can and must do more to end the scourge of violence that ends people's lives in hails of bullets. And it is sweeping across all communities. So let's do that in Jobe's memory. Let's do more to prevent the violence and the killing that's happening in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
The Reverend Meshwe of the ACDP and the leadership, we would again like to extend our deepest condolences to the Sithole family, friends and colleagues in the IFP on the sudden passing of Honorable Ujobe Sithole. Now, I attended the memorial service yesterday and I had a bit more time than I've got today, but I had the honor of knowing Ujobe over the years, particularly since he was appointed Deputy Chief Whip and serving on the Chief Whip's Forum. He was always a very kind, hardworking person, and he'd always greet me with a warm smile and a handshake, inquiring how I was doing, genuinely asking, and it was a great shock to learn of his passing. We know that our God above comforts us at this time, and our prayers are with the family. And I again want to thank the family, as I did yesterday, for the sacrifices. It's not easy to be a member of Parliament, and that your families have tremendous sacrifices, and I just want to honor the family as well in that regard. Ujobe's sudden death illustrates to each one of us how fleeting life can be. The person next door to you might not be here next week. In the book of James 4, we ask the question, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow? He adds, your life is like the morning fog. It's here a little while, then it is gone. James is right. Life is like the morning mist that soon vanishes. It is short and uncertain. There are no guarantees about tomorrow, let alone next year or in 5 or 10 years. We do know that God is sovereign and in control. But if we ignore this lesson, we will not live our life according and in the light of eternity. Let us make our plans and live our lives according to God's commands and purposes, and make sure we are in a right relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ and have repented of our sins. Life is short. Death is a certainty. Make sure you follow Ujobe's example of spreading love, forgiveness, and reconciliation. Wherever you go, our nation is desperate for this. Hambegashle Ujobe. Malabongwe, igama lenkosi. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable City Nondanger.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, colleagues, and the family of Sithole. Greetings. The UDM extends its heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Honorable K P Sithole. The passing of Honorable Sithole is not only a loss to his family, friends, and colleagues in the IFP, but to this Parliament and to the country. He will be remembered for his steadfast commitment to serving the people of South Africa with honor and humility. We are deeply saddened by his passing and extend our support to all who are grieving during this difficult time. May his legacy of service and dedication continue to inspire us all. His unwavering commitment to public service has left an indelible mark on our nation's legislative landscape. Emdenini wakhe sithi duduzekani, akwehlanga lungehlanga, lalani ngenxeba. In this time of sorrow, may God comfort you and grant you strength in this trying time. May his soul rest in eternal peace. The UTM calls on law enforcement agencies to ensure that justice is served, that Honorable Sithole should not become another statistics. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana.
Nakesa Mthomashitolo, honorable members, the Sithole family. So I rise this afternoon to honor and also thank Ujobe, a colleague that became a friend, a comrade. He was a true comrade. I'm wearing my comrade's medal in his honor. The day that I ran comrades was the day that he was laid to rest. And I dedicate this medal to him because he was a friend. Started as a colleague when I came here was a lot younger in 2014. We served together in the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee. And then we became very good friends. So I left Parliament, and after some years not being in Parliament, I came back and was still here. And when some of the newer IFP members, they see how we interacted, how we joked, they never understood where this comes from. I think one of the things that we'll remember him for is that he never fought anyone. He laughed with everyone. Didn't matter whether you were young or old. He was always laughing, but also serious in tackling issues. And we'll miss him. We'll miss him. But the best honor that we can give to him and his family is to ensure that those that are responsible for his death, they face the full might of the law. That's the best honor that we can give him and to allow him to rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Maimane.
Right. Honorable members, Bagaetso, to the family Yawas Tole, and to the party of the IFP. On a recent while, I came into the house to, as we would normally typically debate, and Ubaba was there. He sat right at the back there. And I never quite forget how honorable and how decent and how peaceful a human being he was. He permanently joked. We laughed about a lot of things. And as I stand here today, I'm reminded of those words that say, live your life in such a way that people don't have to lie at your funeral. He lived his life in such a way that I could say today, in all honesty, truth, and integrity, here was a South African who was humble, who dedicated his life to public service. He was immense to engage with politically. His service in committees was something to be marveled at. And ultimately, his example of peace and tolerance is something we should dare never lose track of. I want to join all the members who have spoken prior to me, who have said that the justice system must do its best to make sure that those who committed such a crime are brought to book. I do want all of us as honorable members to draw perhaps on the life lesson of this incredible human being. That says maybe in our approaches, in our debates, in our arguments, there must be something of the spirit of Ubuntu that Honorable Sithole demonstrated so aptly. That we could learn to demonstrate to our people that we can differ politically, but never violently. And so to his family, I send my deep condolences and on behalf of BOSA, and I pray for you, I pray for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. UAT. Kanimambo. Good. Honorable Hadebe.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu mhlonishwa somlomo. uJobe njengomholi wenkatha ebehlala ngokusikhumbuza ukuthi silapha eParliament sithunywe abalandeli benkatha esenza isithembiso nabo mhla sikhankasa sokuthi siyokwenza izimpilo zabo zibe ngcono. Jobe sikunika isithembiso sokuthi umsebenzi wesizwe sizowuqhuba la owushiye khona. No words can truly capture the depth of our loss. Honorable Sithole's passing leaves a void beyond expression. His wisdom, humility, and unwavering dedication cannot be replaced. He was more than a leader, he was a guiding light. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, allow me to sincerely thank all members of this House for the kind and thoughtful words shared today in honor of our late colleague, Honorable Sithole. Your tributes have been a great comfort and a fitting reflection of the men we had the privilege of serving alongside. To the Sithole family, thank you for lending this house, your husband, your father, your brother. We know the long hours, the sacrifices, and the countless moments missed at home. Yet through it all, you gave him to the service of our country. For that, we are deeply grateful. While we mourn the cruel finality, we find solace in memory. Honorable Sithole was not only a disciplined parliamentarian, but a man of humility, principle, and great heart. His contributions to this institution and to the IFP will echo for years to come. Though we bid farewell in sorrow, we do so with immense pride, proud to have known him, proud to have worked with him, and proud to carry forward the values he lived by. He believed that politics must always be in service of the people. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we recommit ourselves not only to remembering Honorable Sithole, but to honoring him by defending the cause he held so dearly. Hamba kahle Jobe, hamba kahle Mthembu waseGubazi, hamba kahle Gqigazi kaGabela. Njengoba isisho sithi abaphilayo bavala amehlo alaba sebethule bese asebehambile bevule amehlo alaba abaphilayo. Sithi ke hamba kahle uvule amehlo omndeni nesizwe neqembu lenkatha yenkululeko yesizwe. Siyathobeka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. I'll now ask all members to please rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of KP Sithole. May we be seated? The presiding officers associate themselves with the motion that has been read and also discussed with messages of support by members. And indeed, our condolences to the Sithole family and also the IFP and all the members of Parliament in this House and in the National Council of Provinces. I thank you. Honorable members, we will now move to the next item, which is two of those are not in your agenda, but are in mine as I'm chairing. Because they are very serious. One of those is the ruling on the points of order of Mr. S. Tambo and Mr. Viridi, which were done on the National Assembly sitting of 11 June 2025. On 11 June 2025, during the debate on the fiscal framework, Honorable S. Tambo and Honorable Viridi rose on points of order in respect of remarks made during Honorable Vessel's speech on the 2025 11 June. The remarks made by Honorable Vessels, I quote, MK and EFF do not understand that it is unreasonable to expect fewer than 300,000 South Africans to bear more than 40% of the personal income tax burden, close quote. Honorable members, having listened to the statement made by Honorable Vessels and the points of orders raised by Honorable Reddy and Honorable Tambo, I've considered all of those. And as members would know, it is long established in this House that reflections on a political party are not out of order if a member does not cast aspersions on the character of a member of this House. The remarks of Honorable Vessels clearly did not cast any aspersion on the character of any member of the House at the time, and the points of order therefore cannot be sustained. However, it is important that we utilize opportunities for debate to bring our alternative viewpoints on matters that might have been raised in a debate. And therefore, I want to indicate to this House that the points of order that were raised cannot be sustained. On the other important matter, particularly that we are dealing with questions today, honorable members, I want to make a brief statement to the members of the executive, those who are here in the House and those who are on our virtual platform. We agreed last year at the beginning of the 7th administration, particularly as members of Parliament expressing concerns about the way in which a number of questions that are asked to members of the executive, particularly on written questions, never get answered on time. We therefore agreed to have a monitoring framework which will enable us on a quarterly basis to assess how many members of the executive have answered the questions that have been posed to them by members. And I do want to say to all of you honorable members that we've done that. We've also acknowledged in instances where members of the executive have requested extensions to actually deal with some of the questions, some of which, particularly for those ministers who might have concurrent functions, where some of the answers must be sourced from provincial departments. However, I do want to raise concern that at times even those extensions that have been given have not been met. We have written to members of the executive but also to the leader of government business, to request that these questions must be answered, but also where there are difficulties that members of the executive must respond in writing. I do want again to emphasize to the members of the executive that can we please honor that promise? Because when questions are asked, it's because members need answers which will assist their electorate in one way or the other. So they are not just merely questions that are being answered. We have also tried to induct your parliamentary liaison officers at a meeting which was actually convened by the Speaker together with your Chief of Staff, so that as they receive such questions, they must assist the members of the executive on the timelines to be able to answer those questions in time. So, honorable members of the executive here and those on the virtual platform, I just want again to emphasize that let's please honor our responsibility, because that is part of the oversight that members are actually undertaking by so doing. Thank you very much. That was the second point, which was not on your agenda, but you will agree with me, both of those were important. Now, can we move to the questions asked to the Minister in Cluster 4, Economics? The next item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 4. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question on. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask questions on behalf of a member or any other member that might have been designated. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the order paper. The first question has been asked by Honorable S. Mbata to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The question is about the total number of battery projects that a specified company participated in and his position on the ongoing conflict of interest regarding involvement of the former Chief Operations Officer of ESCOM, who is the main shareholder of the company concerned. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to invite you to join me in expressing my most sincere and warm commiseration to someone who's become a friend, a sister, who just happens to be the Deputy Minister of Energy and Electricity, Honorable Samantha Graham Murray, for the sad loss of her father. We learned this morning of the sad loss of her father. I want to express my warm and sincere greetings, rather commiserations to you and the family. May the Almighty grant you strength during this very difficult period. Madam Speaker, just to say the following, that we welcome the persistent interrogation of this bid window 3 procurement process. I think we have come as a department to acknowledge that transparency and accountability are the hallmarks of our democratic edifice, and the persistent questioning of this can only help to ossify the foundations of our democratic project. I must say that instead of just writing to the honorable members, I had also requested the Portfolio Committee on Energy and Electricity to occasion an opportunity for us to share with the general public in the most comprehensive fashion
what had transpired during this procurement process. I'm happy to announce that we had that portfolio committee this morning, close to 4 hours of interrogation, so that we are able to protect the integrity of this process. Remember that the procurement process is intended to ensure that we are able to achieve 3 things. The first one is to add additional generation capacity to help us to achieve energy security. The second one is to ensure that we de-risk the concentration on the reliance of Eskom as a monopoly. And the third one is to ensure that we are able to introduce clean electrons in the grid so that our goods and products can compete in some jurisdictions, including the European Union. On this question, this entity under question, which is Mulilo, had responded to 12 of the battery BESS projects out of the 18 that had gone out. An important issue has been raised that there are apparent issues of conflict of interest. I want to state the following publicly, and which is a point we made comprehensively during the portfolio committee. First is that Mulilo did comply with the requirements of the public disclosure. They made it known to the independent procurement office that its chairperson is a former chief operating officer of Eskom. And in that regard, the IPPO office then initiated a process where we sought legal advice from an independent assessor, and a determination was made that there is no conflict of interest, and therefore the process can unfold as determined. And that's how that process then culminated in us issuing a preferred bidder status. I really want to reiterate the following. If there's any information that is at the disposal of any person, not only in this house, but in the general public, please bring it to the fore, and we'll make sure that they were able to follow up, and to the extent that the process could be found to have been a compromise, we'll take the necessary actions. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before I give over to the Honorable Mbata, I would request members in the virtual platform, please switch off your mics, especially Honorable Mokoena. We have been hearing a sound from your gadget. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.S. Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. We take this opportunity to reject any information that says there is no conflict of interest. The Chief Operations Officer left officially Eskom in 2023, and the following year, the tender was advertised. A preceding year, he gets a 9.5 billion tender. This is not magic. This is a conflict of interest. He participated in planning years. He participated in strategic plan. It's a conflict. But what is important about you is that you should tell us what you are going to do about the conflict of interest, because it's an ongoing conflict of interest. What are you going to do?
Honorable Mbata. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. I'm rising on Rule 84.
Honorable members, can we allow a member that has raised a hand to speak?
Yeah, I'm rising on Rule 84. Honorable Mbata is making threatening gestures. He's pointing a threatening finger to the minister. Please.
Honorable members, I would like us to continue. Honorable Mbata, I wanted to address that, but I wanted the minister first to hear the question from Honorable Mbata, that we are not allowed to point at each other as honorable members. Can we please refrain from doing such and continue on a very civilized manner? But let me give over to the Honorable Minister.
I think, House Chair, I did make the point that we did occasion an opportunity this morning for these allegations to be substantiated. We spent 4 hours in the portfolio committee, and these allegations were not substantiated. The second thing is just to understand the configuration of the procurement process. ESCOM is not involved in the procurement process of new generation capacity. ESCOM, through the NTCSA, is a buyer of this new generation capacity. The process is incubated at the DBSA, and the design was deliberate to ensure that the buyer is not involved in the procurement process, to ensure that the executive authorities are not involved in the procurement process, and that procurement process was laid out. The second point to be made is the following, is that the COO in question left ESCOM around June, and then the process of planning, which was explained this morning, started in July on a blank canvas. It was a technical assessment on the best location, optimal location of the best capacity. Of course, I do accept that the nature of the technical explanation might have been beyond the members in the portfolio committee. But the point I'm making is the following, is that they were able to share with the portfolio committee. I want to repeat, if there's any evidence, bring it to our attention. If there's any evidence by any member in this house or anyone who's watching at home, bring it to our attention. Alternatively, you can interdict the process, and then this process will then be ventilated and substantiated before the courts of law. So it's not sufficient just to label a process as discredited without any substantive evidence. Thanks, Host Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, how will the battery energy storage system project improve the supply of electricity in the country? And what transparent process, as based on the good governance, are companies appointed or chosen for these projects?
The Honorable Minister.
Very much, Honorable Nkosi. Just to reiterate the point I made earlier on, 3 primary objectives that undergird this procurement process. The first one is to ensure that we've got additional generation capacity, essentially diversifying the sources of generation, moving away from over-concentration on ESCOM or over-reliance on ESCOM as a monopoly, and therefore we want to de-risk our reliance on ESCOM. If it fails as a monopoly, it drags the country with it and also the South African economy. And then the third issue, in addition to the de-risking, is to ensure that there's green electrons in the grid. So what the battery does is that during the day, when there's excess generation capacity coming from our renewable energy sources, and I'm talking about
Honorable Mukwena, can you please switch off your mic? Next time we hear that noise from you, we'll ask IT to remove you. Please continue, Honorable.
So I'll share what the battery energy storage solution helps us to do is 2 things. First is that it's a load in that during the day when you have excess generation capacity, because we have got a desire to protect the grid, is not above 50 hertz. So we are able to store that excess generating capacity. And then in the evening, when we are subjected to the evening peak, we are able to discharge from the stored energy, and we are able to meet our peak demand. So what it does is that it's able to balance, if you like, the grid to ensure that our generation is able to meet the demand during the peak, and also when there's excess generation, we are able to store it and benefit from the green electrons. And then on the issue around the credibility of the process, I did make the point that there's a Chinese wall between the ministry and the procurement office that is incubated at the DBSA. There's a Chinese wall between the buyer and the one who's procuring, so that you are able to preserve the integrity of the process. And the other one is that we draw on
Honorable
the
Minister,
immense capacity that's sitting with
your
the
time
private
is
sector
expired.
to support in ensuring that the process is robust and independent. Thanks.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, it doesn't help to obfuscate and generalize. As the responsible minister, it is your duty to come forth with the real information, not to make as if a fishing expedition, as you talk now, is sincerity. What specific details can be shared regarding the mitigation plan that Mulilo was required to provide as part of the appointment conditions for bid window 3, particularly concerning the ability to meet its engineering, procurement and construction obligations and commitments, and the achievement of a commercial operation date in relation to all the projects? How will the department rigorously monitor the effectiveness of this plan, including the project development plan and schedule within 21 business days and the provisions of a
Honorable
preferred
Niehaus,
bidder
your time
guarantee?
has expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, those issues relate to what are the obligations of the successful bidder. So the first point we made is that a minimum of 49% of the shareholding of the successful bidder must be South African. The second one is a requirement that 40% of the successful bidders must be Black. So essentially, each and every project is going to be a special purpose vehicle. A minimum of 49% is South African. A minimum of 40% is Black. And then there's an additional requirement. That additional requirement is that in the construction process, 30% of shareholding of those companies that are going to participate in construction are going to be Black. And then the second one is that at the level of operation and maintenance, 42% of those ought to be Black. And then there are requirements with regards to the commercial operating date. So we go into this public procurement exercise, and before you arrive at financial close, all of those minimum requirements will be met. And then we're going to transition into a commercial operating date, which is stipulated in the contract. There is nothing extraordinary about bid window number 3. It's consistent with the previous bid windows, bid window number 1 to bid window number 9. And I'd made the point about 240 billion rands of investment, about 112 billion of that spent on local contractors, and created upwards of, I think, 9,000 jobs, 90,000 jobs in the process. So there is no exceptionalism in relation to this contract. It's going to follow the rules and the practices of the bid windows that have found to be successful. I want to repeat, to the extent that there's information that can bring into question this procurement, I'm the first one who will then initiate a more thorough investigation and bring it to the attention of the public first and also to the portfolio committee.
Expired. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ghana.
Minister, this past weekend I went to my home village of Ilfara in Tzaneen, and they said I must ask you this question because they experienced load reduction. They want to know, my villagers, my fellow villagers, how this battery project will ensure that there's no load reduction in the villages, and secondly, how the loan that has been received from the World Bank will be used to ensure that there's no load reduction in those villages, but also other areas in South Africa that are experiencing load reduction. Nakenza, on behalf of the villagers.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Just to make the point that the issues of BES and the new generation capacity answers the question on aggregate generation, and then by definition, it answers on aggregate demand. So that's what we are balancing at an aggregate level. So the permutation that you are introducing, it's a downstream, if you like, impact, adverse impact of the inability of both ESCOM and municipalities to invest in both the reticulation and distribution infrastructure. The fact that there's no forward planning, municipalities have hemorrhage skills, they don't have an appreciation of the rate of growth of consumption in their respective localities. And also in instances where they've got that capacity, they don't have the capital to invest in the replenishment and refurbishing of that infrastructure. And it results in that infrastructure not being able to carry the new load. I'm happy to announce the following to the country, that in the next 3 weeks, we'll be coming out to share with the rest of the country how we are going to address the downstream interventions with regards to load reduction. We are designing something we call the distribution agency agreement, co-authored by ourselves, ESCOM, and also National Treasury at an advanced stage. And once we resolve that, we attend to the entire value chain of distribution, which is concentrated in municipalities. And in that way, we'll be able to answer the questions of load reductions, which disproportionately affect the poor and the villagers. I'm familiar with their experiences. We're going to the same vigor in how we are attending to load shedding at an aggregate level will be applied to address the downstream implications with regards to load reduction. We will be with the villagers. We will resolve that problem. Nothing is beyond us, especially that of a technical nature. It's not beyond us. We have resolved much more complex problem, and this is one of those that we are going to resolve.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Members. We move to question 751 that has been asked by Honorable OMC Mautwe to the Minister of Finance. The question is whether National Treasury has hired consultants for Operation Vulindlela Phase 1 or 2, and if so, who are the consultants who were appointed and the total amount paid or to be paid to each of them? Honorable Minister.
National Treasury supports evidence-based policymaking and has therefore drawn on a broad range of research papers and technical expertise to inform its reform agenda. In this context, National Treasury has therefore not paid any consultants. I thank you.
Thank you. I have been informed that Honorable Shikwambani will take charge of the first question on behalf of Honorable Mautwe in accordance with Rule 13710A. I now recognize the Honorable Shikwambani.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, it is increasingly clear that Operation Vulindlela is not a neutral reform mechanism, but rather a policy instrument aimed at systematically reducing the size and capacity of the democratic state. It is creating room for the private sector, particularly those sectors that have failed to generate sustainable profit and now seek to offload their risk into the public. This ideological orientation, which prioritizes deregulation, liberalization, and outsourcing, stand in direct opposition to the development of needs of our country. In light with this, if the National Treasury has not hired consultants to drive this agenda, are we then expected to trust that it has the internal capacity, policy independence, and genuine commitment to South Africans' reindustrialization and mass job creation? Or is the absence of consultants simply a veil over an agenda that ultimately undermines the state transformative role?
Honorable Minister.
Obviously, the honorable member is entitled to his ideological orientation. What I'm going to be doing is to respond to one question, because the rest of the stuff was his own expressing his ideological orientation. The question is asking, if I understand, do we have the internal capacity? The answer, yes and no. We do have our own capacity, but in addition to that capacity, we interact with the research institutions global. Chief amongst those is what is called the International Economic Partnership Group, which houses a number of developing countries, including the UK. There's also an institution called SA Tide, which is housed, which works with South African National Treasury, which is housed within the United Nations universities. So we use capacity such as that to inform and use these international aspects to inform this policy.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MJ Maswanganyi.
Thank you, Chairperson and Minister. What are the intended outcomes of the implementation of Operation Vulindlela Phase 2 to accelerate economic growth and to strengthen local government as a key site of governance to enable economic growth, job creation, and reliable public service provision? Nakens.
Honorable Minister.
It is a well-known fact that South Africa's economic problem are binding constraints, largely macroeconomic constraints. That's a fact. There are national ones, for instance, the logistics stuff, which we've been talking about. If you look at the latest, whether it's Moody's or Standard & Poor, they will tell you that these are the current binding constraints in South Africa, which impact on our rating as a country. In addition to that, local government is a critical site of In addition to that, local government is a site and an important area of providing good services to business. In this regard, I mean,
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Honorable Zoleka. Honorable Zoleka. Please switch off your mic. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Kapa, angomhlaba kafaka kunalo. So local government is quite key. Is quite key in providing services to business. And for that reason, we need a functioning local government. The second generation of reforms, and Minister Mkhopa was talking to this thing, we've got a working relationship with 4 ministers who are focusing in these reforms. The second set of reforms at how can we transform more local government to be able to provide and efficiently these services, which and therefore remove a second layer of binding constraints to the economy. That's a challenge we're trying to, or a second set of reform.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Burke.
Mr. Minister, on the issue of expenditure that other parties might think is non-transparent, we now read reports of the 700 million rand needed for the national dialogue next month. And the question is whether the minister supports this price tag, and if yes, where do you intend to source the funds for this from? And how can we warn against unfunded mandates and too much debt on the one hand, and then allocate extra budgetary amounts on the other hand?
Honorable Minister.
In the budget speech, I make reference to a number of areas which are likely to require funding during the course of the year. Amongst those issues is the social dialogue. At the time, because at the time we were tabling the budget speech, we were not aware of the size of the tag because we didn't have the budget at the time. So, which means if whatever number we agree upon, Section 30, subsection 2 of the PFMA allows us to incorporate it into the adjustment budget. Anything mentioned in that thing, in terms of Section 30, subsection 2, we can fund it. That's one part of your question. The second part of your question is the price tag. And indeed, this number has been, we have got a letter which informs us that there's going to be a requirement of about 740 million rand. We have not interrogated the number. I don't want to say in this house the number is 740. There's an estimate of a number which has been thrown around. We've got to estimate that number and see how we can trim it. If that's the case, I don't think as things stands, we'll probably have that figure. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable N.M. Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. What specific measurable reforms have been directly attributed to the work of external expertise, and how is National Treasury ensuring accountability and cost effectiveness in the deployment, if there is any, of such external expertise? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I think I made the point, Honorable Pande, that the external expertise have been come to us at no cost. And for that reason, we do not see any reason of asking any kind of questions, because it has come at no cost, because it's a partnership with all of these universities which willingly assist us in thinking this through, supported by the United Nations.
Thank you. Honorable members, we move to question number 762, which has been asked by Honorable F. Hassan to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The question is about the specific measures in place to ensure energy security for ArcelorMittal South Africa, a large energy consumer, at a lower price tariff as a bulk commercial customer, to improve its competitiveness and ensure continued operation. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Hassan. Maybe just to make the point that first, the underlying question is that of a South African economy that is not growing. And this becomes acute for those industries that are volume driven and have got a high proportion of the fixed costs. And when your capacity utilization goes down because there is no demand as a result of an economy that is growing, then you are under severe pressure as a business. So that's a fundamental question that Minister Godongwana was referring to, that keeps us preoccupied. And then the second one is just an admission, and I'm not just going to limit it to ArcelorMittal. I'm going to address it as an industry, that sector of the economy. So we accept that there are players in the economy whose operational costs are heavily reliant on electricity. And we know that Eskom charges customers what we refer to as standard tariffs, and those standard tariffs get to be approved by NERSA. But then there's a dispensation, and the nature of that dispensation is such that government acknowledges that there are industries that ought to be protected because the state can be retrenched in the leadership of the economy, and that there has to be subsidies that are directed to those industries to make their products more competitive. And in this instance, we introduce a dispensation called a negotiated price agreement. I'm happy to announce, and I'll make the more detailed pronouncement beyond this, that this morning Cabinet approved an intervention that first we want to resolve the challenges of the alloys. Why we start there is because a big share of the operational cost is electricity, and then we have narrowed it down to chrome ore for purposes of the ferrochrome industry. We have seen that smelters have closed as a result of the prices associated with electricity, and therefore making their finished products uncompetitive. The Minister of Energy and Electricity has been given a mandate to ensure that we design a tariff structure that is going to make us ultra competitive in those spaces. We are able to retain the current jobs, we are able to reopen the smelters, get people into jobs, and then Minister Godongwana can generate more money into the National Revenue Fund, and then we don't have to run 3 iterations of the budget because we are trying to grapple with the revenue side whilst we want to keep the expenditure side. And that's a function of an economy that is not growing. And as Minister Godongwana makes the point, the 2 complicit parties there is the inefficiencies on the logistics and also the issues of electricity. In this instance, the cost of electricity. So I'm happy that we will make the announcement, a comprehensive announcement on those interventions. And thanks to the work that we've been doing, Minister Godongwana Mantashe and Minister Tau. Of course, Minister Tau will come later with regards to what are these policy instruments, the policy levers that can be exploited to ensure that they support this new dispensation on the pricing regime for electricity so that we get our economy growing. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, what definitive timeframes have been established for such interventions to be finalized and take effect, especially given the severe operational and employment risks currently facing the company and the declared intention to shut down AMSA's long products business by August 2025, should conditions remain unchanged? The same urgency, Minister, applies to the viability of its smelter operations, which you just mentioned, which are directly threatened by the continued absence of affordable and reliable electricity pricing with far-reaching consequences for South Africa's reindustrialization process. And House Chair, may I also say we welcome Cabinet's decision that has just been announced by the Minister. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate the point that the answers are not AMSA specific because there are particular nuances there, and I don't think that it is appropriate to ventilate those in the public domain. Safe to say that Minister Tau is making any interventions with regards to AMSA. I'm making an intervention with our cabinet colleagues on the long-term sustainability of those industries that are heavy electricity consumers. And we know that they are in the primary sector of the economy that has got the highest employment absorption capacity. Minister Mantashe had introduced before cabinet and it was approved the critical mineral strategy on how we're going to beneficiate or exploit our mineral endowments to ensure that value is retained here at home. Just to give you a sense, if you export the chrome ore in its raw form, we get about $150 per ton. If we're to beneficiate and then transform it into ferrochrome, we get $1,100 per ton. That means that Minister Godongwana has got a significant amount of money that comes into the National Revenue Fund. So that's what we are protecting. So on the timelines, first is to protect the smelters that are currently operating through this dispensation. If when this dispensation comes into place, what it means is that as the commitment from the operator, they can reopen about 10 smelters, but it introduces a new problem. If all those 10 smelters were to be open tomorrow, you are adding 4,000 megawatts onto the grid, we are back to load shedding. Then you have to find new generation capacity in the quickest possible way, and that's what we are resolving, Member Hassan. I'm not able to give you the exact time, but I can tell you that whatever we'll introduce into the general public as the timeline is going to be the most optimistic part, and that is technically sound, technically competent. And I'm happy that we are on the right track. And as I've made the point, when we elaborate on the details of this intervention, there'll be a greater appreciation that they were serious about decisively intervening in the economy and making sure that we get the economy on the proper growth pathway. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Melam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the negotiated pricing agreement with South 32 for the Hillside smelter was recently made public, revealing that Eskom had gifted that customer around 92 billion rand in discounts over the term of the contract at a price significantly lower than other users pay. Is this the kind of deal that is being proposed for ArcelorMittal And if so, how is it fair that ordinary South Africans who are suffering under exorbitant electricity tariff increases every year are expected to subsidize these large commercial enterprises?
Honorable Minister.
Well, that's a valid question that is being raised by Honorable Milham. So what is confronting us? It's an economy that is contracting. It's a national revenue fund that is not growing. And then we know that the expenditure is increasing and we need to broaden the floor of the social wage. And that's why we went through 3 iterations of the budget. So what are we doing? And I'm not going to mention entities because I think it's unfair to mention companies. I'm talking about the industry. What we are doing is to ensure that people remain in their jobs. So that's the first one. The second one is to ensure that we're able to ensure that we increase the national revenue fund and that money will come back to support the poor and ensure that the social security net is intact without us having to temper at the margins, whether it's a 2%, 0.5% VAT increase, whether it's a fuel levy. The primary problem that is confronting us is an economy that is not growing. And that's what we are doing. We are not subsidizing the smelters. We are protecting the jobs. We are growing the South African economy. We are broadening, if you like, the flow of GDP and give the opportunity for us to be able to ensure that we do the kind of beneficiation I spoke about. I shared the numbers. When we export, what is per ton, what we are collecting, and if we're to beneficiate, what it means. The more there's downstream benefits in the country, the greater the skills, the more high-end opportunities, the better the paying opportunities, or rather the pay grade is much higher, the more we're able to get the economy up and running. We have to ensure that there's an opportunity cost. We can decide not to do anything and the economy collapses. Or we can opt for the least problematic intervention that we know in the long term is going to get the economy growing. And our best opportunities is in beneficiating our minerals endowments. We will subsidize them and get the economy growing. That's the problem we're answering. And I'm going to leave the name of the companies. It is our people and the economy and ensuring that we benefit from our mineral endowments. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Trolip.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm very pleased to hear that monopoly failure and concomitant load shedding creates economic devastation. We accept that. ArcelorMittal is a large energy consumer that plays a prominent role in the sector and is a big job creator. So affordable, reliable energy is key for its operations, as it is for other steel production operations. I'm very pleased you mentioned the alloy industry, and the intervention is welcome. Reliable, affordable energy is equally crucial in the agricultural sector. It's the only sector that showed growth in the first quarter of this year. And what makes it even more crucial is that agriculture is seasonally based. Every day lost, every week lost, every month lost with irrigation because electricity is out, compromises production, and it compromises job creation. What is being done for that sector?
Honorable Minister.
Very much, Honorable Trolip. I mean, that's a fair articulation, I agree. So remember, I had made an earlier point that if we are going to make these concessions, they are going to place pressure on the generation capacity. As I speak to you, if we were to open all the 10 smelters tomorrow, it's an additional 4,000 megawatts that we don't have. So we need to work very hard to ensure that we increase that generation capacity, and that's why we're talking about the reforms. So we're starting with the alloys because we are able to compute that the operational electricity is over 70% of their operational cost. So there's an algorithm that we're using to prioritize which sectors. You are absolutely correct. Then we'll go to Minister Steenhuisen and see how best we can support the agricultural sector, which has got the highest employment absorption capacity. And we know that the cost of electricity can have inflationary impacts and result in other dimensions of poverty. So I fully agree with you. All I'm pleading with is that we have to start somewhere. So we can have a debate, why not started then, why not starting here? But the point is that we have started. And we are accepting that it is an imperfect intervention. But with all its impurities, let us start the art of doing. We spend a lot of time conceptualizing. I think it's about time that we start doing. It is those that do that make mistakes. And we don't enter into this with the intention of making mistakes, but we're accepting that there will be those mistakes, but it is in the right direction. We want to get the economy growing. But I fully agree with you, Honorable Trodi.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Thring.
Thank you. Minister, the ACDP has long championed beneficiation as a low-hanging fruit to grow our economy, and we are glad to hear that it is gaining traction. Minister, Eskom's core mandate requires a fine balancing between supporting economic growth and providing affordable electricity which improves the lives of our citizens. Most South Africans, however, would agree that electricity has become anything but affordable. Minister, the 800% increase in electricity tariffs since 2007 represents a major threat to industry competitiveness. With ArcelorMittal SA seeking to install electric arc furnace by 2027, what progress has been made to reduce the cost of electricity for all South Africans, while simultaneously accelerating regulatory clarity around private generation and grid access, which ArcelorMittal and other industry players see as essential for long-term investment planning? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Honorable Thring. I agree with you that I think in answering this question, I would have created the impression that the focus is on industry and we are neglecting the poor and households. So let me just share with you that we are making an intervention to ensure that we use modern technology. So a hybrid of BESS and PV. We have started the microgrids, and in fact, the big one that we are doing, the first phase is in Musina, where we are electrifying the entire village. We are providing 5G internet access. We are providing free Wi-Fi access at public places, and also ensuring that we support public lighting. We know that the cost curve on renewables has come down. We started at R3.50 kilowatt hour. As I speak to you now, we're at 58 cents. Only nuclear beats it from an operational cost point of view, and we know that nuclear is baseload. So we'll be accelerating those interventions by repurposing the INEP grant, because the grant really is about universal access. And we think that we must benefit from modern technology to ensure that the poor have got access to those technologies, so that we address the new manifestations of energy poverty. It's only the rich that can benefit from these resources. I want to emphasize, by the way, that industry has got an obligation to be an efficient producer. So we're not just going to willy-nilly with our eyes closed to say, here's a negotiated pricing agreement. We know that there are some of these industries that are using antiquated technology that consumes a lot of electricity. The reason that the Chinese are pulverizing us is because they've moved along the technology curve. So it's not just a blank check. You have an obligation to be an efficient producer for us to be able to support you. Otherwise, we'll be throwing our money into a bottomless pit. So it's about the configuration of those interventions. I want to repeat, we have to start somewhere. Otherwise, we can discuss ad nauseum whether to do this, let's start. I did make the point. We are likely going to make mistakes in this journey, but we'll be making mistakes. It's those that do that makes mistake. And I accept the councillor Thring. Honorable Thring, I said councillor.
Thank you, honorable members. We move to question 802 that has been asked by Honorable Bagrin to the Minister of Employment and Labour. The question is about whether the minister has been informed about the ongoing failure of the Unemployment Insurance Fund online system and its consequences. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, on what date will the specified failure be permanently fixed? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Bakray. Yes, Honorable Member, I was informed of the concerns raised by the members of the public regarding intermittent problems with the Unemployment Insurance Fund online system. These issues have at times led some clients to visit labor centers in person to lodge claims. It is recognized that despite these efforts, some clients still face long queues and delays in receiving assistance, mainly due to capacity limitations at certain centers, mainly due to HR and ICT capacity issues, and also efficiencies of our ICT. The UIF deployed its new online claim system with effect from 1st April 2025 to enhance service delivery and enable unemployed contributors and those on maternity leave or sick leave to submit claims electronically. The system also includes a client portal designed to allow users to access services remotely, thereby reducing the need for in-person visits to our labor centers. Since the system went live, the fund has received and processed a total of 395,771 claims, with payments amounting to 509,371,719 rand and 50 cents, broken down as follows. On maternity benefits, just close to 30 million, unemployment, more than 480 million. To date, no significant system failures have been reported by processing sites. However, delays in the finalization of claims are predominantly due to submissions that sometimes are incomplete or inaccurate information by clients, which prevents the timely processing of claims. The department continues to monitor the functionality of the online system and is implementing ongoing enhancements to improve system stability and user experience. Technical support mechanisms have also been put in place to assist clients encountering difficulties with the system. While no specific date can be put here, Madam House Chair, the department is busy in finding the permanent resolution of all user-related issues. The department remains committed to ensuring that any technical shortcomings are addressed promptly and that service delivery at the labor centers is improved in line with the department's mandate. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Bagrin.
Thank you, Minister. The UIF continuously evidences its administrative inaptitude. Despite the administration breakdown of the UIF, you have once again given them the responsibility, shockingly, to ensure that 15 billion rand that you're about to spend on the LIP program will be properly handled. Similar schemes have been porous because of that maladministration of the UIF. What makes you think that there won't be theft and wasteful expenditure in the LIP program like we've seen in the past? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Firstly, let me inform the people of South Africa and this August House that the issue of TERS, COVID-19, is a unique situation because of the emergency that was experienced during the pandemic, where every mechanisms to ensure that there's tight measures to scrutinize and ensure all those who applied for COVID-19 TERS do comply and qualify. It is for that reason that my predecessor appointed a program that was called Follow the Money, which that program has successfully done the work to an extent of even convicting up to a maximum of 20 years in jail, and also ensuring that there are assets that have been seized, and also there's also money that is being paid, working with SIU and all other state agencies that do that. So we can't compare, therefore, the work that we are doing. Again, it is for the first time after 2022 or since 2016 that in 2022 we started to have 15 billion set aside. And I am glad to say we have spent we have approved close to 10 billion rand worth of projects. And it is the first of its kind that has happened. And people, if you go to the villages, are very happy because young people don't have matric. Those that have matric are now engaged on skills development, learnership, and also apprenticeship. We will be putting measures to ensure that we do follow up so that the things that happened during COVID-19 don't occur, because this is not the same program that is done by the UIF. TERS is something else, in particular COVID-19, but the LAB program is to ensure that their skills that are transferred to our kids so that they can work. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Selepe.
Thank you very much, Chair. In light of ongoing failure of the Unemployed Insurance Fund online system, what is the root cause of the persistent technical issues? What steps have been taken to identify and address them? And what temporary or alternative measures are being implemented to mitigate the impact of the public in rural and township communities where access to technology and digital literacy remain a challenge? How does the department plan to enhance the accessibility and friendliness of online system, ensure that physical services centers and adequately staffed and equipped assist those unable to use the digital platform?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I thought it's a follow-up question, not questions. But the Honorable Member asked about 6 questions now. So I'll try to answer those that I'm able within the limited time. On the technical issues, I had said there are issues of inefficiencies of ICT, unavailability in terms of connectivity, in particular in the rural districts where our labor centers continue to experience issues of connectivity because of the ICT infrastructure. The other issue is the shortage of staff, which unfortunately in the past year, when my colleague from Treasury and DPSA have placed a moratorium in particular on departments because of the national fiscus issues, my department even thought UIF and CF can be included in that, even though they are not using the national fiscus, which we have since corrected, and it is for that reason that we are now advertising. The funded posts of the labor centers, in particular linked to UIF, are 3,300, and we have started in a staggered manner to advertise to ensure that some of those constraints that are HR related, they don't get to be experienced in terms of making choose to belong and us not to be efficient in terms of providing that service. Thank you so much, House Chair.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Bloss.
No, thank you very much, Minister. So you say the system has gone online, but part of the challenges we're experiencing is that there are those clients who have submitted incomplete information. So I think this speaks to the user experience of the online platform. If you can just speak to that, if it's really user-friendly for our people, and then give us the numbers of these backlogs, the people who have submitted incomplete information and all of that. What are the numbers and what have you done to assist these people to make sure that they are compliant so that they are able to receive their money? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Dabonga, House Chair. Yes, I agree with you that some of the issues that are affecting our performance is the clients being able to use our system as it has just been recently introduced. Part of the work that we do is to inform, educate, and empower. So we'll continue to engage with our clients because those who are unable because of different reasons to use online system, they find themselves in the labor centers queuing, and it becomes very bad when they are queuing, in particular in areas like your Western Cape, where there are seasonal workers off-season that go in high numbers to go to our labor centers. So we are opening a system where we'll be able also to reduce the 70% of people that we find in our queues who are coming as follow-up clients so that they don't have to go to labor centers, but instead use their the online system to make a follow-up and to continue to be paid. But we are having a program to ensure that we continue to empower our communities on how to use the system, and also are engaging in ensuring that the infrastructure on ICT is upgraded so that we can be able to help our labor centers where then there's high number of volumes of people who go to the center. Otherwise, ideally, would have loved all people to just do the online submissions, not necessarily go physical, but it is unavoidable because of different reasons, as I have explained earlier on. I'll forward the numbers in terms of the backlog. I don't have them off my head, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Tena.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, good afternoon.
You just mentioned that there are still many people who have to queue at labor centers, and that is indeed a fact. There's not only challenges with the online system, but there's also a very big challenge with regards to failing back office processes. People are having to submit the same documents over and over again, up to 6 times, only to learn when they follow up about their claims that the documents are missing. They have to resubmit their documents again. These administrative processes, like the physical handling of documents, have been the subject of many discussions during the 6th Parliament as well, and it's still a problem. It's a very big problem. So I would like to know from you, Minister, will your department undertake to do an audit of how claims are processed with regards to the physical handling of documents that are submitted at the labour centres as part of addressing the ongoing problems with delayed processes at the UIF? And if not, how will you attempt to address this specific problem? Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, there was a time when we were dependent on physical capturing because we experienced serious challenges with the previous service provider who has since changed, who took us to court and caused a lot of stampede in terms of the work that we're supposed to do, with not having their system and not being able to use the newly procured system. But I agree with you, at that time, there was huge numbers of capturing in terms of physical capturing, but we have since then done away with that. But of course, you can't 100% say you'll never use the physical capturing because sometimes there can be a problem, a glitch, a technical issue that causes the system to be down and all those things. So we continue to ensure that we have a backup in using physical approach in capturing. Yes, I take also your question, not as a question, as an advice. And I think continuously we do audits, but we need to focus more also on the damage that is caused or efficiency of the work that we do when we capture those records manually. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. We move to question 763 that has been asked by Honorable MG Mahlaule to the Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. The question is about the Karoo Basin and the concerns raised about by non-governmental organization regarding hydraulic fracturing, and how will the department balance environmental safeguards with economic growth, and what role will the Petroleum Agency of South Africa play in the facilitating a balance that promotes sustainable development in the sector? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members. We all talk of the gas cliff in the near future, estimated 2027, 2028, meaning that we're going to be short of gas. But our behavior reflects a nation that doesn't want to help itself. We think that we should import. When we talk of that cliff, we complain about the drying up of the gas sources in Mozambique. We don't talk about our own sources. So I'm making that point as a preamble to emphasize that we need the shale gas in the Karoo. Now, what is going to happen? I will break the answer into two. The first one is that we should have regulations before we issue licenses. And the court has given that responsibility to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. So once we receive those regulations from TFFE, we will lift the moratorium and invite people to come and take an interest in shale gas in the Karoo. That is what is between us and the shale gas, is the regulation. What will PASA do? PASA will be doing regular inspections to check compliance with the regulations, because regulations must be complied with. It's not just a nice to have. Every license holder must comply with the requirements as stipulated in the regulations. That is the answer to the question in two parts.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matlaule.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, considering the expected central role of the Upstream Petroleum Resource Development Act in harmonizing shale gas development with environmental safeguards, what mechanisms have been instituted to guarantee adherence to the NEMA Act, especially in addressing specific risks like water contamination and seismic activity associated with hydrocarbon exploration, and beyond the regulatory oversight of Petroleum Agency of South Africa? What specific benchmarks will PASA implement to ensure sustainable development is achieved, and how will this be monitored transparently? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. One, let's give the meaning of the Upstream Petroleum Resource Development Act. That act is not only focusing on shale gas. It is intended to establish an independent petroleum sector, as opposed to petroleum sector being an attachment to mining. So the MPRDA is revised, it will remove petroleum from there, and therefore this act is establishing a sector of petroleum. That's what we're going to do. So once we have heard that compliance with the regulations, which are actually covered by NEMA, will be the cornerstone of ensuring that we implement the requirements as stipulated by law. I want to remind all of us that we are not only taking regulation from the FFE, we also get regulation from the Department of Water and Sanitation, because shale gas and fracturing does affect water and sources of water. So we're going to have this set of regulation from Water and Sanitation, the FFE, and we'll add our aspect, which will be focusing on the operational side. So this regulation will have to be adhered to. Any license holder must comply with the stipulations of the Act and the regulations. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Lorima.
Minister, this last weekend, I spent in Ermelo in Gatsabande district looking at coal mining. Started off at the municipal golf course. On the one side of the golf course, there's an illegal coal mine, but not a small one that's been dug out by big yellow machines. On the other side of the golf course is ostensibly a legal coal mine beginning, but I can see that it's violating mining regulations. After that, I took a flight over the district and saw how many mines of doubtful legality, where it's hard to tell whether they're legal or not because of the long and deliberate obfuscation of the cadastral system. So the question goes to credibility, because how are you going to convince the public about your environmental stewardship when they have the clear example of them, of how the department has failed to deal with illegalities in the coal sector?
Honorable Minister.
No, the first thing that we should accept is that ecological compliance is not like a policeman. It's an effective partner of mining from us. So together, our responsibility is to facilitate development. And development requires a balance between the economics and ecology. Once you counterpose the two, you are going to create contradictions that stops development or kill ecological resilience. So we must combine them, do what is called responsible development. And that can be done in action. You don't do that by theorizing and sitting in a room. I don't want to talk about the money you're talking about because you are making an assumption. You didn't check if it is legal or not. I'm leaving that out. All I'm saying is that mining is quite an important sector. and we must continue. We can't kill mining because we want to breathe fresh air. I want to give you an example. 2 months ago, Spain and Portugal had a net zero, and everybody celebrated. They had net zero. What is never pronounced is that they had net zero on emissions. They also had net zero on electricity. So here, we must promote development and not have an experience that we are going to breathe fresh air in darkness. So we're going to have mining and we're going to have ecological responsibility. And we are going to communicate dynamically with Minister George on balancing ecological responsibility and economic development of mining.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mkonto.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Minister.
Honorable members. Honorable Mkonto. Oh.
No. Thanks, Chair. Minister, in view of the well-documented risks associated with
Honorable Mkonto, can you please put closer to honorable members on the platform? Honorable members on the platform, Chief Whip of the EFF, can you please switch off your mic?
Thanks,
Continue,
Chair.
Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, in view of the well-documented risks associated with hydraulic fracturing, how does the minister intend to minimize the effects of water contamination, air pollution, induced seismicity, and the broader impacts on human health and surrounding ecosystems? What scientifically validated mitigation strategies and regulatory threshold will be implemented to ensure that shale gas exploration does not compromise South Africa's environmental integrity or public health, especially in ecologically sensitive regions such as the Karoo? And what concrete monitoring, enforcement, and community consultation mechanisms has the minister put in place to ensure that the local communities, particularly those in historically disadvantaged water scarce areas, are not adversely affected by shale gas exploration and extraction activities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The question is putting the cart before the horse, in the sense that we say the first thing we must get are regulations. And it is the enforcement of the regulations that will ensure that we protect water, we protect the environment in compliance with the regulations. Before we have the regulations, and if we say this is what we're going to do and this is what we're going to do, we're putting the cart before the horse. Let's wait for those regulations and comply with them.
The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Boshov.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, you answered the Honorable Lorimer with quite a number of truths, but you didn't answer his question. He asked about the trustworthiness of this whole process, and he mentioned the Highveld around Emalatleni or Witbank. I was thinking of the Makari Musina Special Economic Zone, where protected trees were torn out. The NEMA provisions were not followed, but there was such a political commitment to that SEZ that someone didn't care a damn. And I want to know if the same is going to happen in the Karoo, who is going to take the responsibility for that and how? In other words, the gist of the matter is a trust issue, as Honorable Lorimer said, and that is the question that you haven't answered to us. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The issue is that when a question is asked about shale gas exploration and exploitation in the Karoo, it doesn't open up to all questions that are environmental related. I'll give you answers in relation to shale gas. Regulations that we are going to get from DFFE and water will set the standard. And any license holder will be required to comply with the requirements. And PASA will do regular inspection to ensure that there's compliance. That is how you deal with economics. You don't avoid what you see as a risk by doing nothing. You do something, you deal with the risks, you enforce compliance, and therefore you assess performance. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you, honorable members. We move to question number 805, which has been asked by Honorable A.D. Beasley to the Minister of Employment and Labor. The question is about the 0.1% economic growth and that nearly 300,000 South Africans lost their jobs in the first quarter, and whether the minister has signed a performance agreement with the president. If so, what are the key performance indicators outlined in the agreement and whether she has met the assigned targets? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The performance agreement the honorable member refers to is still being finalized by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The outcome facilitators from DPME are currently engaging departments to gather inputs and fast-track the process. The delays stem from Cabinet's late approval of the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029, which took place in March 2025, and the subsequent dependence of Parliament's adoption of Budget 3.0. These delays have affected the finalization of the Executive Authority performance agreements. Nonetheless, the Department of Employment and Labor has continued to fulfill its mandate and implement key strategic initiatives since my appointment. In addition to domestic economic constraints, global geopolitical instability has also contributed to rising numbers on unemployment. The instability, including return to protectionist trade policies under President Donald Trump and the uncertainty around the AGOA eligibility, has added pressure to our export sectors and contributed to rising unemployment. These developments highlight the need.
I'm
still at a hotel. But even if there is a
Honorable
helper,
Sibia. Honorable Sibia, please switch off your mic. Apologies. Please continue, Honorable Minister.
These developments highlight the need for stronger domestic resilience, diversified labor markets, deeper regional trade through African continental free trade area, and proactive international economic diplomacy to protect jobs and maintain competitiveness. Notwithstanding the above, the department has prioritized job creation and reducing unemployment and coordination thereof. A core focus has been the rollout of the labor activation program in partnership with UIF, the CF, and sector education and SETAs are also doing work aimed at creating opportunities for unemployed. Notably, 240,000 beneficiaries are participating in employability programs in the current financial year, including skills development, enterprise support, and workplace experience initiatives. The department has also launched a project we're calling Project 20,000, an initiative aimed at training and placing 20,000 unemployed individuals, in particular the graduates across the country, to bolster both public service capacity and private sector responsiveness. A significant portion of these participants will be deployed to strengthen the department's inspectorate, enhancing our ability to monitor and enforce compliance with labor laws across South Africa. Cross-sector collaboration remains central to the department's strategy. Through NEDLEC, the department works with government, labor, business, and civil society to align policies for greater impact. In addition, the department actively participates in government business interministerial committee, and also we are chairing the government business committee whose focus area is employment, skills development, and medium and small and micro enterprises. The teacher assistant program, in collaboration with Department of Basic Education, we funded 4 billion rand there, and we are rolling out one of the largest public employment initiatives for youth, 140,000, and simultaneously we are building work experience to strengthen the education system. Thousands of young people are in school today, earning a stipend, building references and regaining their confidence. Together with SIFTA, we are linking skills development directly to townships, rural enterprise creation, turning training into trading and potential into profit. We are also engaged in targeted job preservation efforts in collaboration with other entities to protect employment in key sectors of the economy. Already in the 2025-26 financial year, two major companies, the SAPO and ArcelorMittal, have formally entered into TELS program.
Honorable Minister, your time has
Thank you
expired.
so much, House Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Pearson.
Thank you. Minister, what you just said is totally meaningless to the people who've lost their jobs and are unable to feed their children tonight. It is totally meaningless. My question to you, Minister, do you take responsibility for the job losses that have incurred under your watch? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
No. I think the understanding of the member is very restricted. The issue of employment and employment creation can't be a sole responsibility of a Department of Employment and Labor or the ministry, because it is a multi-sectoral approach that talks to economic growth, that talks to the skills that are given by the higher education and training, because the other issues that we have identified is the issue of pathway management, because youth, and in particular those that have grade 12 and less, are not able to find decent jobs. So we are busy doing some skills development so that those who are not able to find formal jobs, at least they can be trained so that they can be either business people or even be employed. We even gone to an extent of saying a prerequisite for a partner in the labor activation program must ensure that those that are trained, they will be employed. Hence, we are busy working in the committee I said I'm chairing with DHEAD to ensure that we conduct a study on understanding, because the skills need of the labor market is evolving. So we must understand what is needed so that the skills that we provide are the skills that are needed by the labor market. So it's not only the responsibility of the department, it is a multi-sectoral approach. So you can't talk about us having failed if then there's an issue on economic growth and the pathway management.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Silepe.
Minister, can you provide the data on the number of jobs created through the labor activation program? And what types of jobs were created? Whether it's the permanent jobs, temporary, part-time, and how will the department address issue of unemployment among the vulnerable groups, such as youth unemployed? That has increased to 62%. Overall, women unemployed is sitting at 35%. And the people living with disability, that is worse. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Okay, the data, I note, Honorable Member, I think it's the second time you're requesting data. I will avail it, not in this meeting, but also, as I said, Honorable House Chair, the issue of the labor activation program, we can account now, and proudly so, that for the first time after its inception, we have contracted partners who will be skilling our people, in particular the youth, to the cost of 9.5 billion rand. It never happened. It shows that there's progress. Must also admit that 2024-2025 was used as a year for due diligence and probity. When I joined the department, there was only 8 contracts that were awarded or were approved, because the process has been stopped, because there was corruption, and we tried to be proactive so that we don't just give willy-nilly jobs to people who claim to be service providers in training in particular, yet they are not. So it got to be stalled, but we are very proud to say for the first time, we have awarded contracts to the tune of 9.5 billion. That is the reason why we're bold enough to put now a budget of 11 billion rand for 2025-2026. So in terms of statistics, who is where, we can give that information. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matopa. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister. No, but you can't do that. I even called a member. I'm sure they didn't even hear that I called them because you are howling at each other and other members want to listen to the questions that will be posed. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matopa from the Patriotic Alliance. Continue, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was waiting for the commotion to die down in the House. Because Minister, because we were inducted last week Friday, but the House, it doesn't seem as if we've learned something.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Will you protect me, Chair?
Please, can you
Can
die
you protect
down?
me, Chair? How about
Honorable members.
protect me,
No,
Chair?
no. Can we give each other an opportunity? Honorable Matopa. Honorable Matopa. Honorable Matopa, you as well. I need you need to die down because I'm calling you. I am busy calling you and you are not listening because now you want to exchange words with the other members.
Thank you, Honorable House
I'm
Chair.
trying to protect you.
Yes,
But you are not allowing me because also you are engaging in this.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, House Chair.
You have used your time in doing that, but I paused the time when I intervened. Can you then use your remainder of your time to ask your question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, unemployment is a major economic shock. Given the persistent structural challenges in South Africa's economy, including low growth and high unemployment, what specific policy interventions has the minister prioritized to stimulate job creation and economy recovery? And how does these measures align with the broader economic reconstruction and recovery plan? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I think the question on reviving economy must die down because it is a question that question,
Let's allow the minister to respond, please.
that question must be shelved for a later stage when Honorable Tao takes the podium. But I think I've said enough in terms of the work that we are doing because we are coordinating other sectors. We are also coming up with a program on public employment, which is an intervention by government because we can't wait for the economy to grow. Yet we understand that there are people who are seated out there who are not doing anything, who are not properly skilled. We are also in us coordinating the private sector, getting a commitment from the business to say they'll play a serious role, in particular in getting those kids who come out of TVET colleges, who unfortunately, in majority of times, they join the basket of the not in employment, not in education and training, because they only do the coursework and the theory, and when it comes to the time of experiential exposure, they don't have people to receive them. So we are finding a commitment through the work that we are doing, in particular on us lobbying the business. But we are also intervening seriously on policy level. Hence, we've just heard the cabinet passed the National Labour Migration Policy, also passed the Employment Services Amendment Bill, where we are saying we must compel the employers not to take our brothers and sisters from outside South Africa, even on jobs that are not highly technical jobs. Yet our kids are sitting idly and are being on the abuse of alcohol and drugs. So there's policy interventions, including Employment Equity Act, where we want to see the young ones, the women, the people with disability, including The white women, because as we speak in South Africa, predominantly people who are sitting at the top and executive management is white males. So we are saying we must share in the economy of this country through ensuring that employment equity is implemented.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nontenja.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, what interventions has the department adopted to make sure that the in-service trainings, internships, and learnership programs successfully absorb the youth in the labor market upon completion?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Nontenja. I think that is going to the last leg of the intervention, because you can't start by saying in-service and internship absorbs. You must make sure that there is right skills that are given to the young South Africans so that we are responsive to the needs of the labor market. That's why we're engaging in particular with the education sector, including the higher education and training, because what is needed is skills that are matching what is needed, because the problem as we speak also is a skills mismatch. As we speak, the quarterly labor force survey that was issued first quarter of 2025 shows that those that have matric and less than matric are the most unemployed. But those that are graduates who are at 11%, it shows that there is work that we still need to do to ensure that those young ones who are skilled are not only exposed when it comes to getting opportunities on internship, on in-service. It is important also for experience, but we can't depend on that and look only on that and talk about absorption. So we must deal with this issue at the production level, which is at the higher education and training level, to get the skills that are needed by the labor market. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 764 has been asked by the Honourable Kopane to the Minister of Employment and Labour. The question is about the specific intervention measures the department has implemented to address increasing unemployment and how her department coordinating multi-sector efforts.
Constantine, can you hear me?
Order, honourable members, to effectively combat unemployment. The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I think I died down there, Honourable House Chair. My apologies. I thought you have passed me, Honourable House Chair. Can I ask that you just summarize for me the question?
Okay, let me do it again. And may I appeal to the honourable members on the virtual platform to pay attention to the proceedings in the House because it is disturbing. Question number 764 has been asked by the Honourable Kopane to the Minister of Employment and Labour. The question is about the specific intervention measures the department has implemented to address increasing unemployment and how is her department coordinating multi-sector efforts to effectively combat unemployment. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chair. My apologies for the earlier glitch. Thank you, Honourable Kopane. The Department of Employment and Labour has implemented a range of strategic legislative and policy interventions aimed at stimulating job creation and lowering barriers to employment, particularly for vulnerable groups such as new labor market entrants and small businesses. One key measure is the amendment of labor legislation to reduce the risks of employers face when hiring, the qualifying period for protection against dismissal, excluding automatically unfair dismissals, being limited to 3 months or as stipulated in the employment contract. This change offers employers greater flexibility while maintaining core worker protections. Notably, the qualifying period does not apply to individuals with a cumulative 24 months contract or full-time prior employment. To support small businesses, which are vital to job creation, but often face high failure rates, the department has exempted businesses under 24 months old from automatic extension of collective agreements This allows new enterprises to focus on complying with basic labor standards under the National Minimum Wage Act and Basic Conditions of Employment Act without the added burden of complex bargaining obligations. Recognizing the unique challenges small employers face, the department has also revised the Code of Good Practice on dismissal. The updated code accommodates limited resources and capacity, allowing for simpler but still fair and transparent disciplinary procedures, striking a balance between employee protection and operational feasibility for small enterprises. In tackling unemployment as a national priority, the department engages in cross-sector collaboration with government departments, business, organized labor, and civil society through platforms, as I indicated earlier on, like NetLec. And also we ensure that these efforts are aligned economically and also industrially and labor policies for maximum impact. We play a key role in the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program and also identify regulatory barriers and streamline labor policies to improve job absorption, especially in high potential sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, and the digital economy. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Kopane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, House Chair. Minister, what mechanisms are in place to adapt these strategies dynamically in response to unforeseen challenges? And do these interventions take into account the annual inflow of unemployed individuals, particularly in the context of economic disruptions or fiscal constraints?
Honourable Minister.
We as a department, we play a major role in participating on the discussion of economic growth, working with the main department, which is DTIC, to ensure that there is hard work that is done in ensuring that we move the needle on economic growth. Because for as long as we've got many people entering the labor market per year, but only 40% of those being absorbed by the economy, we shall continue with the perpetual rise in terms of the number in unemployment, in terms of the unemployment rate. Another issue that I have mentioned earlier on is the issue of the skills mismatch. But we are happy that we are working very well with the presidency and also with the National Treasury through GTEC, and we are working with the private sector to ensure we are able to look at those who are available as economically active individuals to get opportunities, as I had mentioned earlier on. But central to all, in order for us to be able to absorb a high number of employment, we must fix the issue of the skills, must ensure that our economy grows, and also at the same time, we must look at the informal sector, because majority of economies that are at the same level in South Africa, whose rate, or the ratio in terms of the formally employed, informally employed, and unemployed. Others are 45, 45, 10, yet we as South Africa are at 50, 16, 34, which says the contribution of the informal sector is too minimal, and majority of the countries whose informal sector is booming, they are able to reduce unemployment drastically to even less than 5%. So it is the work that we are doing with DTIC and all other relevant stakeholders. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, considering the complexities of South Africa's unemployment crisis, particularly among youth and in rural areas, what long-term strategic initiatives has the Minister's Department developed to not only address immediate job losses, but also to create sustainable employment opportunities in the future? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
These questions are related. I tried to respond to the importance of the multi-sectoral approach in the work that we do in ensuring that there is a temporal employment and also opportunities for our young ones. And I even mentioned the role that is played by the education sector to ensure that the skills that are provided to our young people, are demand-led skills that are needed by the labor market. Again, we continue to intervene, in particular in avoiding the loss of jobs through job preservation, through programs like your TERS, because the temporary employer-employee relief scheme is not just a short-term intervention. It assists to ensure that those jobs that are at the risk of being lost through retrenchments, because now companies are not able to keep their workers anymore. We engage temporarily by assisting them with the payment of salaries, but we do that only if there is assurance that there is a turnaround strategy, that those who are supposed to have intervened, be it the TIC or any other department, in ensuring that there's long-term sustainability in the companies that happen. So we don't, where there is no projections or prospects of a success in terms of turning around the business, we don't intervene. So it talks to the seriousness that we are taking in ensuring that interventions are not only short-term, but they are long-term and sustainable. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you, House Chair, and Minister, thank you for your response. It would appear from your response that the department relies quite heavily on legislative exemptions and procedural flexibility in order to be able to stimulate employment. And this is particularly for small businesses, but there's limited clarity on what the actual outcomes of these measures are. So if you could please provide concrete evidence of the employment gains that actually result directly from these interventions, and also how are you monitoring and reporting on this, on the impact of these procedural flexibilities that you have introduced, as well as the legislative exemptions? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. It's unavoidable to depend on those flexibilities, because we coordinate as the Department of Employment and Labour, and we coordinate through advocacy, we coordinate through policy interventions. That is why we've got this very important platform which other countries want to copy in terms of the best practice, called NEDLEC, because it is a platform which belongs to the Department of Employment and Labour, where you get the tripartite or tripartism, the participation of business, government, labor, including civil society, in the policy reforms, not only that talks to Department of Employment and Labour, all other departments, be it the education, higher education and training, DTIC, all other departments, when they go and present, there's always this microscopic view or lens that they are looked through to see if what they are doing talks to the interest in particular of ensuring that there is employment, and also ensuring that there is support to the business for the business to thrive. Because it is only if the business thrives in South Africa that will be able to create opportunities for employment. Because it's not government per se that is supposed to drive employment. It is government through its policies that must make an environment that is conducive for the businesses to thrive. As you do that now, we've got a responsibility through the Department of Employment and Labour of ensuring that once jobs are created, they are preserved. Once jobs are created, there are labor laws that protects the rights of workers to ensure that there's also growth, there's also dignity in the process of providing those jobs. So it is, again, a multi-pronged approach that we are applying as a department, as we coordinate. And there's a lot of success stories. As I even mentioned, the laws, we've got a responsibility. If I can make one example, in terms of the Employment Equity Act, we've got a responsibility to transform South Africa, knowing the history where we come from.
Minister, your time is now expired. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bahrain.
Thank you. Minister, the President called for, not from Pinocchio, but from each minister, to investigate each piece of legislation under their control and the regulations under their control, with a view to see what stays in the way of private sector job creation. That report should have been done by yourself. It was called for over a year ago. Have you, not job probabilities, but had a look at all the jobs that are being stopped because of the regulations under your control, Have you done that investigation, and can we see this report soonest? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, I don't know if the member says the president has directed that there must be investigation of each and every legislation and policy, what he means. But of course, I was given a responsibility by the president to chair a government business committee whose primary role is to ensure that we engage and intervene decisively on the issue of employment. Hence, our focus area, as I said earlier on, is on employment, skills development, and support of the micro, medium, and small enterprises. It is for that reason that we are not only looking at coordinating public employment, we are also intervening in the space of ensuring that businesses grow, businesses thrive, through the partnership in terms of the small businesses with the Department of Small Business Development. Again, we've got a partnership with DTIC where we are also intervening in that space and ensuring that as we work together, there is a robust policy review to make sure that the businesses themselves, they thrive. There is ease of doing business, looking at issues of National Credit Act review, issues of the ETA. That is the work that we are doing, including what I had said. We are conducting a study to understand the evolving labor market. What are the skills that are needed? And that job, we are almost done with it and will be able to report even to Parliament in terms of saying, what is it? So next time when we intervene, in particular as employment and labor and any other government department that intervenes, we understand what is needed, including the higher education and training sector and the education sector itself.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we will now proceed to question number 794 that has been asked by the Honourable Bateman to the Minister of Finance. The question is about the concrete steps the Minister will take to ensure that negligent and corrupt directors at the Public Investment Corporation, Daybreak Foods, and other PIC investment companies are held fully and publicly accountable, given the numerous scandals highlighted in the Mpati Commission of Inquiry into allegations of impropriety at the Public Investment Corporation in 2020. The Honourable Minister.
You know, Daybreak is a subsidiary of the PIC by default. Is a subsidiary of the PIC by default. The PIC provided a loan to a group of people who were supposed to be an empowerment company. And then after the company performed and they could service their debt with the PIC ended up being the ultimate shareholder. That's the background to the story. And then being the ultimate shareholder, a number of things happened which impacted on the performance of the company general. Some of them were governance issues, some of them related to the conditions of the industry, including COVID-19 and so on and so on. Then Mpati came in and investigated a couple of these companies. At the time, there were different directors, and most of the executives were in PIC at the time have gone. But the problem with the Daybreak did not, they were not solved. As we speak, Daybreak is in business rescue. I met with the team yesterday, by the way, both the GEPF and the PIC. There are about 14 kind of 14 reports that have emerged on Daybreak and 4 forensic audits. what I've done, given that there's been a change of leadership since then, what I've done, I've commissioned an investigation, a desktop investigation of a couple of these deals, particularly on the non-listed side. And that investigation, I hope to, I said they must be speeded up a month or two. I should have that investigation, and which must say, it must also take into account the party report, the detailed forensic report, one of which was done by Deloitte. I want a desktop of those reports, and on the basis of that, decide what course of action I'm going to take. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bateman.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair and Honourable Minister, for your reply. The real challenge here is that we need to see accountability. And many of those investigations have been done and the reports have been made. We have the Party Commission report. There's been a reference made to ongoing forensic investigations that have been completed. And what the public needs to know is that there is follow-through from the ministry to make sure that all of these PIC directors and the directors of the investment companies, whether they're wholly owned or whether they're part-owned, doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, they're administering the funds that belong to the government employees pension fund, also to the UIF fund, to the compensation fund. These are public funds. These are funds for the benefit of retirees. And so I want to ask if the minister will insist that every director of the PIC or one of its investment companies who seems to be delinquent will be referred to the FSCA and to the NPA for investigation and possible prosecution or sanction, and that there will be civil claims to be pursued by the PIC to recover losses that arise from their negligence or corruption, and also that these referrals to the NPA and the FSCA will be made public, so that it's obvious that the ministry is committed to seeing that justice is done, and that to some degree an example is made so that these things don't happen again, because we see them happening again and again and again. And if the minister is not committed to doing this, then why not?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to assure you that the minister is committed to that. Precisely the reason why I've asked for a desktop analysis of the current reports instead of trying to go through a new investigation, which is going to take time. It's precisely because I want to take immediate action in this regard. What is interesting is that the entire leadership of, if you look between 2018 and now, and see how many senior CEOs have been in Daybreak, a lot of them, and they're no longer there. It may well be that we'll have to pursue them even if they're no longer there. So, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that the reason I convened that meeting yesterday was precisely to have a better picture of this whole thing, and a better picture of the impact of the entire portfolio of the GEPF. Of the total 3 trillion of the GEPF, the money that sits with it is about 5 to 6%. That sits in the unlisted. In the scheme of things, is about 170 billion rand. I do not underestimate even that amount. But even that amount, that's the kind of course of action I'm planning to take. That's why I'm saying, even yesterday I had a meeting, precisely I want to take this course of action.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sekwati.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, my question is more linked to what you've just responded to. The Public Investment Corporation has successfully protected the assets of the pension funds which belongs to the South African workers and made adequate returns within that. We also know that the risk is an inherent element of any investment undertaken, and measures to de-risk investments are made by the PIC in accordance with its risk index. Now, the PIC has also made losses worth of billions through stock exchange listed companies as well. To name a few, Steinhoff and Tongaat and others. Now, I want to understand what's the impact of this non-listed asset allocation to accelerate efforts to tackle concentration in economic sectors and transform ownership patterns using these investments. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I hope I understand the member correctly. If we look at, as I've indicated, if we look at the listed portfolio, it's huge. And when you take an investment, that's why you put a lot of your investment on the listed side, because the assumption is that it is secure, is a highly regulated sector. So there's no way you can think that if you are investing in Steinhoff, there's going to be a thief that steals the money, because you think in an environment like that is secure. So even even in that environment, this standard, and let me just protect in that case the investment analyst. The investment analyst that does that investment takes a risk, and in the process of taking that risk and hope to achieve a reward. What you need to test is whether the intention or whether it was a legitimate intention, that investment, or not. In those cases, in most cases, the intention is legitimate. You are taking a risk as an investment analyst, and in that case, you should not be punished for that. Where you need to be punished if your intention was bad, and in most cases, in the unlisted environment, the intention tends to be more problematic. And we're looking into that unlisted environment. But broadly, there's been a loss even on the listed environment, and huge losses. But it has not impacted substantially on the growth of the portfolio. As you can see, they've just announced now, we're sitting at a R1 trillion portfolio. Zagnig infrastructure.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Chirwa Pongose.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Minister, the PIC manages close to 2.6 trillion rands in public funds, with the institutional mandate and financial capacity to drive developmental investment, especially in SOEs such as Transnet. Yet, despite the findings of the Mpati Commission and scandals like those involving Daybreak Foods, there seems to be no urgency to reorient the PIC towards strategic public investment that could reduce SOE debts and insulate them from creeping privatization. Given this context, what concrete measures is the minister taking to ensure that the PIC's investment capacity is harnessed to strengthen state-owned entities rather than inviting private actors who bring no new capital, no risk, and often demand state guarantees, effectively privatizing profits while socializing risks? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Did you listen, Musa joking? They said, I'm going to give him money. I'm going to give him money. What we're trying to do within the unlisted space is to put a lot of resources from the PIC and the GEPF. And those resources will be utilized to fund infrastructure, but not only the public infrastructure alone, but all other pensions and other savings by South Africans to work with our pension in investing in that infrastructure. That's a strategic, we'll be making the necessary announcements soon in that regard. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you very much, and House Chair. Minister, it appears that the due diligence done, quality and property of the directors of the companies the PIC invests in is a problem. Is the setting of standards for the approval of such directors part of the desktop study that you have commissioned? And what standards do you expect the PIC to set next time?
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Zibi, you know, I grew up in Alberton. I arrived in Alberton at the age of 17, so I used to play the horses in New Market. We are also not looking at the quality of the horse, but we are also looking at the quality of the jockey. So you may have a good horse. If you've got a bad jockey, you may not win. So when you're putting an investment, when you're looking at investment, you're not looking at whether the company on its own is good. I'm trying to answer indirectly, Honorable Zibi, the question. So it's quite critical that we look at the jockeys. In other words, at the quality of the people who will be governing and running that company. And that standard the PIC has got to look at. Part of that desktop study is not only is to look at a couple of companies, by the way, is not only to look at Daybreak, it's to look at a broad range of companies in the unlisted space, particularly that have emerged controversial over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 736 has been asked by the Honourable M. Molefe to the Minister of Finance. The question is about the reasons for raising 4.1 billion rand through a fuel levy that is regressive, and whether there were no other progressive tax measures that could have been considered to raise the marginal 4.1 billion rand that was needed to finalize a 2 trillion rand budget. The Honourable Minister.
Following the withdrawal of the VAT rate increase and zero rating proposals in the March 2025 budget, the May 2025 budget proposed a package of tax measures to raise 18 billion in 25-26 and provide a billion tax relief in 26-27. By the way, Honourable Torib, that billion rand tax relief is diesel relief for the primary sector, in particular agriculture. I thought it's important to mention that there's also an attention to that sector. This includes no adjustment to personal income tax brackets and rebates, an inflationary increase in the general fuel levy, above inflation increases in excise duties on alcohol and tobacco products, and diesel refund, as I've said. The fuel levy has not been adjusted even for inflation for the past 3 years. For the past 3 years, providing tax relief of about 11.5 billion rand. By the way, without adjusting that fuel levy, in 2022, I gave this gentleman next to me a subsidy, and he promised to pay me back. He has not paid me back even now. Yeah, no. During the 2022 Russia-Ukraine war, when the prices grew up, we provided a tax relief and a subsidy for fuel. After the removal...
Order, Honourable Members. Continue, Honourable Minister.
After the removal of the VAT rate increase, the inflationary adjustment of the fuel levy in the May 2025 budget seeks to maintain the real value of the levy. The positive revenue impact due to the removal of this relief is estimated at 3.5 billion. If the fuel levy relief were granted for another year, the shortfall would need to have been recovered from government's planned overall expenditure. Revenues from the fuel levy are used to fund the government spending priorities, including public transport and metropolitan municipalities through the fuel levy sharing mechanism. Additional diesel relief of about 1 billion is provided to primary industries in 2025. It is therefore important to consider the impact of the overall spending and tax proposal contained in the budget, which are progressive and not necessarily a single instrument in isolation. An alternative option to the fuel levy adjustment are cuts to services, increasing borrowing, or raising alternative taxes. As detailed in previous budget reviews, raising personal income tax rate is likely to be inefficient as taxpayers structure their affairs to reduce their tax liabilities, and high tax reduces their incentive to work and save. Also, increases in the corporate tax rate are likely to impede competitiveness while generating less revenue. Increasing income taxes have potential larger negative impacts on the economy and threaten the overall sustainability of the budget, which in its present form is comprehensible or poor.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The Honourable Molefe.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the war in the Middle East is likely to cause an increase in the price of oil, which will result in an upward pressure on the fuel price in South Africa. Given your choice of implementing an increase in the fuel levy, a measure that is regressive, inflationary, anti-poor, and anti-growth, what additional pressures do you anticipate that a further increase in the baseline fuel price will put on the South African economy, GDP growth, and revenue collections? In what way will such an increase undermine the already austere budget that you have presented to this House? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
You know, I was telling Honourable Mlifi and Honourable Van Ryan in the committee one day, in the committee meeting, as simply economics assumptions. Because when we make a budget, we make it at a particular point in time. And you make assumptions informed by the information available at that time. And no one, when we made the budget on the 21st, ever thought that Israel is going to bomb Iran. Never made that assumption. Interesting enough, in 2022, I presented the budget on the 23rd of February. As I wake up on the 24th, Russia has attacked Ukraine. But when I was presenting the budget on the 23rd, I didn't have even a clue that the following day there will be an attack. What is that assumption in economics? That assumption in economics, it says, assuming that everything remains the same. All right? So when we're making the assumption we're making an assumption that everything is going to remain the same. Obviously, the attack in the Middle East challenge is going to pose a problem, particularly for fuel prices. Then we need to say, if that is an impact, how are we going to respond? And at the appropriate time, we'll formulate a response. For instance, as I indicated in 2022. In 2022, we had to say, therefore, what do we do? How do you reduce the impact in communities? And we put 6 billion rand on the ground in order to subsidize the fuel levy. For now, in the absence of new information about the price, I can't answer in detail how I'm going to respond. I'm giving you the background to say once we make the decision on the basis of the information available to us at the appropriate time, once the information, the fuel price goes up, we'll have to talk to Minister Mandash and other colleagues and say, how do we respond to that question? Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Galeka Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, given the fact that the National Treasury will continue to explore various alternative revenue proposals, the additional 4 billion rands allocated for the South African Revenue Service over the medium term
has the potential of enhancing the capability of SARS to increase its revenue collection as it focuses on the debt recovery revenue enhancement program, the compliance and tax broadening program. So, Honorable Minister, what other measures is the National Treasury taking to strengthen information sharing and the detection capabilities of the Financial Intelligence Center and SARS to tackle illicit financial flows and the inability to track cash transactions which are not effectively detected for tax purposes? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
We are in discussion with SARS. And that discussion is to look at the different interventions that we should make. Part of that intervention is to say, if we are going to intervene, for instance, on the illicit trades, what kind of resources we're going to do? There's technological and there's human beings. And the assumption is that we probably need about another 400 people on the ground to achieve that objective. And we're talking to SARS as to how do we phase that in as part of the intervention so that moving forward, we should be able to deal with all of these issues. You will recall that in the budget that we gave to SARS, there's two components into it. There's an increase in the baseline, which is 3.5 billion over the next few years. There's an additional amount, which is to increase at the intervention in terms of the growing the budget. Part of that 3.5 include technological intervention. So we are discussing this thing from time to time, and we've agreed to have meetings regularly, once in a month, in order to make sure that we can follow up on this, and one Friday every month, except that the budget process has disturbed all of that. You gave me a hard time. I didn't find time to have every Friday, every month. So that's fine.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Burke.
Mr. Minister, I fear that some questions are prepared beforehand and then become dated when they arrive in the House. When we talk about an oil price that as of today is at a historic low, and a war in the Middle East that as of today is at a ceasefire stage, I will confine my question to the budget. A month ago, you told Parliament that a committee would be established between the Presidency and Treasury to identify wasteful, inefficient, and underperforming programs. What we in the DA would call a comprehensive spending review. You did not give a timeline then, and we only have 4 months to go to the MT BPS, and we're told there might be an attempt to make taxes go up next year. Can you now give us a firm date for when this committee will be established? And if not, has there been any movement since your budget speech? And could you please be specific? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
No, we interact with the President on a regular basis and working with them, with the President on a regular basis. We don't even have to give you details. How soon do we do that? It's standard. What you must ask, which I think is a relevant question, is there scope to provide details of how much scope details on the content of spending reviews? Okay, that's the question. Let me start by saying the first answer to that question is that there are already existing spending reviews which have not been implemented effectively. Now, what you are thinking about, which will answer your question in detail, particularly on the 8th of this month, to answer this question in detail on the 8th of this month when we present the budget vote of the department, which the budget vote says, what are we going to do as a department to give effect to that? will do that. Among other things, which is the spending reviews, which should go into detail, and how, for instance, we have now developed budget guidelines. Budget guidelines, we've not published them for now because they're still going to go to foresight on the 7th, which is a forum of DGs. Budget guidelines, which will outline how people should be budgeting this year in line with, in fact, giving content to the spending reviews. The budget guidelines are going to do that. So we will give that detail on the 8th, what's going to be happening, what is going to happen with the department. In addition to that, there's another dimension to it, which we touched on it yesterday in cabinet, is review of some of the state institutions. Is the review of some of the state institutions, which we call those that rely entirely on the fiscus. Some of whom earn more than your CEOs, earn more than the president. We're looking at a review of all of those things. There's a lot of those institutions, small institutions, which are about 200, by the way. It's part of another review which is being done. Again, we're going to go into more detail on that at the appropriate time. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. Arising from your response, Honourable Minister, the ACDP appreciates that the increase in the fuel levy to a certain degree was compensation for the removal of the proposed increase in VAT. This does obviously not make this increase any more palatable, given the impact that it will have on transport costs and inflation, particularly for low-income households, but it was obviously a trade-off. Honourable Minister, in previous budget reviews, you've referred to a comprehensive review of the fuel price. And in this regard, further, you, and maybe this should be rather directed to the Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, but were you going, the indication was that there was going to be a fuel price intervention plan tabled to consider the various elements making up the fuel price. How far is this comprehensive intervention plan in its proposals? And I appreciate that it might be considered a new question, but it is important for us to understand that given the impact that this one aspect, the increase in the fuel levy, has on households, how far is that, and can we expect something in that regard as a matter?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Let me not take it as a new question in order to answer it. Part of what we have agreed is a review of that price. If you ask Minister Mandasha and Minister Ramkhopa, they are going to say, as far as they are concerned, there's no problem with the base price. The problem is us who are putting more taxes on that base price. So a review for starters must be a review on that price. Here are the complications. Here are the complications. It's going to require a number of structural transformation. For instance, you may have to finish the reform of the road accident fund. In the absence of that reform, you're not going to do that. Secondly, on its own, it's a major revenue source, the fuel levy. What we're talking about here is just an inflationary increase on it. It's not the fuel levy itself, this 4 billion. It's an inflationary increase on it. But its size is massive for the budget. If you were to say, so I'm raising two issues. You take the lower fuel levy up, you take the road accident fund out, your base fuel price may not be as expensive as it should. That's Mandasha's argument. Wherever, he doesn't say it in my presence. When he address meetings, I listen to So he's correct. But there are complications unless we're to agree that in its current form, the road accident fund, we must change it in such a manner that the society does not.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
For it. An individual pays for your own insurance. That requires that structural reform and legislative reform. So
Honorable
it's not-
Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask ukuthi i-boxer le ebhemwayo, is it allowed in Parliament? Ngibona iMinister Mantashe ngathi uyiphethe lapha, iphepha le-boxer.
No, honorable members. Honorable members. I have order, honorable members. I have observed that on both sides of the House, you find that there is a disturbance at times caused by catering items that are brought into the sittings. That is not allowed according to the rules. And if you do bring those items in, it must be done discreetly so that it doesn't disturb the rest of the members. So I would really implore on all members just to observe the rules of the House, please. It's not for debate.
The one who talks
Not
about
for
the boxer,
debate.
he knows the boxer.
It's
He used the
not,
boxer.
Honorable Minister, it's not, Honorable Minister, it's not for debate. It's not for debate.
Himself, he smoked boxer himself.
Honorable Minister, it's not for debate. Honorable Matiase, what is your point of order?
Honorable Chair, my point of order is with respect to what the Minister is indulging the House with about their discussions with Minister Mantashe about their very backward and primitive formulation of revenue.
That's not the point of order, Honorable Member.
Which is anchored in
No,
orthodox
Honorable Member,
formulation
that's
of
not a point of
revenue
order.
generation.
That's
And-
not a
and
point.
the
of
answer he
order.
provided is not really
That's
an
not
accurate
a
answer.
point of order. And we will proceed to the next question, which is question number 765. That has been asked by the Honorable Mkhaga to the Minister of the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. The question is about interventions the department has implemented to revive the SA Post Office after receiving a 381 million rand reprieve from the Department of Employment and Labour, and whether the South African Post Office is currently able to continue operations without the interventions of business rescue practitioners. The Honourable Minister.
House Chairperson, thanks very much, and thanks to Honorable Mkhaga for that question. So basically, there are several interventions that the department has taken to ensure that financially the post office continues to have the resources to have its operations in life. Honorable Mkhaga would remember that earlier in the year, there was an allocation of 150 million from the department's coffers. And now recently, with much help from the Minister of Employment and Labour, we're able to access the 381 million through the temporary employer-employee scheme, which has now been directed towards the post office. And we have done this with the strict conditioning that this goes towards the operational capital of the institution to ensure that this money is not spent on consultants, but rather spent on the salaries of the staff and the operations that are essential for the post office to keep its doors open and to keep it operational and remain in business. In terms of the legal obligations that govern business rescue operations, the post office as of today is not yet ready to exit that space. But we have laid a solid foundation through some of the progress that we have had in order to ensure that we can get closer to post-business rescue. What keeps us behind now is the fact that there are some key creditors that we still owe money to. This includes Medipos, it also includes the medical, the pensions fund, and also the South African receiver of revenue. And cumulatively, that figure is around 500 million. And if we're to then find the resources to settle these credits, we would substantially have fulfilled many of the key aspects of business rescue that would then put us in a position to imagine and start operationalizing life beyond the business rescue practice. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mkhaga.
Minister, given the 381 million support from the Department of Employment and Labour, what specific measures has his department implemented to ensure SAPO's revival, and how are these interventions being audited to verify their effectiveness? And considering SAPO's past challenges with financial stability, safeguards have been put in place to ensure that post the BRP stage of SAPO, the entity does not default to a state of financial vulnerability, but rather able to implement the SAPO of tomorrow's strategy.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Honourable Mkhaga. One of the immediate interventions that we've instituted is to do stricter oversight of the use of that 381 million to ensure that we do not see some of the practices that took place in the past, wherein monies were substantially spent towards things that, in the department's view, were not out of financial prudency to sustain the organization. So that is the first thing. Secondly, Honourable Mkhaga will remember that we had established a task team together with the business rescue practitioners, representative from the department and also the Department of Treasury, with the assistance of the Development Bank of South Africa, to look at the establishment of public-private partnerships that will help with the injection of the size of the financial revenue that the post office needs in order to invest in the digital infrastructure that will empower it to be able to be a fit organization to deal with the demands of modern e-commerce business. So at this stage, what we have done is, because there were unsolicited proposals that were submitted throughout the course towards the end of the sixth administration and also post that, we are now in a stage where we have finalized the terms of reference to do an open public call for public-private partnerships, so that we can, one, assess their relevance, secondly, assess their strategic compatibility with the current situation at the post office now, and also securing its long-term financial sustainability, particularly to ensure that it can continue to meet its mandate for universal access and enhancing that there is access to postal and courier services, mostly to rural and poor communities who would rely only on the post office to access such services. Thanks, House Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Makubele.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, while we acknowledge the 381 million reprieve, what did you do to ensure that post office doesn't become a permanent fiscal burden and instead transforms into a digital-enabled, financial sustainable entity that empowers communities? Seeing that the department spends so much on board fees, yet you have failed to meet all deadlines. SAPO failed to raise 3.8 billion by the 31st March and is now heading for liquidation. You have an acting CEO of Post Office, Fatima Ghani, who is also board member at SAA and also at ESCOM. Does the DCDT have any board assessment and evaluation process for existing board members to check fit for purpose and their effectiveness in putting together a turnaround strategy with concrete measures to transform SAPO and make it sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, House Chair. There were several questions there, but we will deal with them completely. And starting with the last one regarding the assessment of the fitness and suitability of board members. Of course, we do that. There is a very rigorous process that prospective board members go through in terms of, competency test, verification of their verification of their skills and qualifications. And it would be extraordinary to victimize capable and qualified individuals who are already in the system as public servants by virtue of their occupancy of board leadership outside of the department. I think that would be unfair to those individuals. With regards to the sources of financial revenue, I think we recognize that where the post office is, and also given the very pressing fiscal pressures of which the finance minister also previously alluded to, that we have to look at how realistically we're going to get this financial injection that the post office requires, because it is very clear we are not going to be getting it infinitely from the fiscals. And that is why we've initiated this prospect of the public-private partnerships to see whether through this initiative we can have those partnerships that will be able to invest in the key infrastructure that the institution needs in order to be able to deliver on its primary mandate, particularly in a highly competitive and ever-evolving sector, so that it is not disadvantaged by insufficient funding. And to that end, that's why we're saying that we will be in the next few weeks publicizing that open call, and we'll be able to share more details around that transparent process during the budget debate of the department. We are underscoring the fact that this 381 million cannot be used for anything else other than that which it was sought for, which was to ensure that the operations of the post office continue and we can circumvent the prospect of a day zero, and that we are going to be doing regular oversight to ensure that we don't lapse at this. And this is where also the committee has robustly played its role to ensure and continue to underscore to us, to the department, that whatever goes into the coffers of the post office during this business rescue cannot be going to external parties in the form of the exorbitant
Thank you, Honourable
fees to the
Minister.
consultants.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Matopa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Minister, considering the ongoing concerns regarding the post office viability and the need for business rescue practitioners in the past, can the department provide a detailed assessment of the post office current position in relation to its ability to operate independently? If the post office still faces significant risks, what specific strategic measures are being taken to avoid a future collapse or further reliance on external interventions such as business rescue? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It is important to recognize that the Business Rescue Initiative was a direct outcome of a court process based on the state of the organization at the time. And for the department, the priority is to get out of that business rescue process. But in order to do so, we have to satisfy the legal obligations that govern business rescue. So from our side is to ensure that the current strategy about the positioning of the post office of tomorrow is funded, because if it is not funded, it is not going to be able to realize its ultimate ambition of having a post office that is modernized, that is fully digitized, that can be a hub for connectivity for the local communities in which the branches exist, and to ensure that it does not just move courier and postal services, but it encompasses the entirety of digital services that community members can access. And it will also means that, getting the right leadership in place. Honourable Member would be aware that we have publicized the advert for board members for the South African Post Office, because we want that work to already start, as it can be a lengthy process. And through that process, the most important thing would be to get a capable team that will be able to steer this towards the realization of that strategy of the Post Office of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, how will SAPO restore credibility and rebuild trust with the South Africans, given that public confidence has been completely eroded. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. The only way to restore trust is to be able to deliver on its mandate. Is secondly to ensure that we've got the right leadership in place, that the financial resources that are allocated to the post office are used for the right things, and there is no sense of extravagance, there is no sense of exorbitant spending, and that there is transparent accountability. Cumulatively, all of these would ensure that the public trust that has previously existed in the post office will continue to do so, because trust emerges from credibility, and in these days, an ability to showcase consistent delivery will go a long way in ensuring that all of us can have our trust restored in the post office. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we will now proceed to question number 752 that has been asked by the Honourable Mawotwe to the Minister of Finance. The question is about transparency measures and what governance and accountability mechanisms the National Treasury has implemented to ensure accountability in the use of the funds for reforms within Eskom and Transnet, and prevent maladministration and or misappropriation in light of the World Bank's $1.5 billion loan to support structural reforms in the infrastructure sector, particularly in energy and freight transport. The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, no, there's 7 million namhlanje. Yeah, the loan approved by the World Bank of 1.5 billion US dollars is a policy-based loan which provides non-earmarked funds for development policy operation. What does that mean? When you say non-earmarked, which means it's not money that is earmarked for Eskom or for Transnet. All right? So it's money that is given by the World Bank in support of the policies that we're pursuing. And that money goes into the National Revenue Fund. All right? The World Bank says, okay, what are you guys going to do with the money? We said, okay, we're pursuing these policy transformations, these issues, these are the constraints, these are the institutions that are giving us. To support this policy initiative, we're raising funds. And they give us money. And then once the agreement is finalized, the money goes into the revenue fund. Well, how does transparency talk to that? The Constitution says any money that goes into the revenue fund will not come out of the revenue fund without an appropriation act by Parliament. Can I repeat that? Any amount that goes into the revenue fund, for it to be taken out of the revenue fund, it must be appropriated by an act of Parliament. So this Parliament, whatever money we are going to take out of that 1.5 billion, is going to be appropriated by this Parliament. Where is another transparency? When you table the budget review, there's a chapter on that. I think it's chapter 7. On that chapter, we list every loan, how much we're paying for that loan, and what are the terms and conditions of that loan. And another set of being transparent. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be taken by the Honourable Neos in accordance with Rule 137, Sub-Rule 10, Paragraph A. The Honourable Neos.
Thank you, House Chair. I hear what the Honourable Minister is saying, but the problem that we are faced with is that the loan is already taken. Why did the National Treasury secure yet another loan of $1.5 billion from the World Bank without prior parliamentary consultation, given that its conditions often push privatization and limit policy autonomy? What's the strategy behind these loans, Minister? And how do you justify increasing foreign debt when debt service costs already exceed 20% of revenue, surpassing education and health spending? What are the loans' repayment terms, interest rates, and conditions? And why weren't they in advance disclosed, Minister, before Parliament? Jy sien, Minister, jy leen ons land bankrot, want jy is onverantwoordelik en jy het 'n groot gat in jou sak. Dankie.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order.
No.
Order, honorable members. Order.
A heart is a whole.
Please continue, honorable minister.
Carl is correct. I mean, he talks about the whole, a heart is a whole. So I don't take offense. I understand it properly. So, you know, one honored member said jokingly today, I don't understand budget. Jokingly. And I think we've got to try and educate ourselves, each amongst ourselves, how the budget works. When I table the budget here, I say to you, I'm going to spend 2 trillion rand this year. That's what I say. But I also say, from a revenue perspective, I'm going to collect 1.7 trillion. So there's going to be a shortage of about 300 billion rand, I tell you, which I'm going to borrow. Tell you upfront as Parliament. There's no secret about it. And therefore, you as Parliament have given me, in terms of Section 66 of the PFMA, that once I tell you that I'm going to borrow, I don't have to come back to you and say, today I'm going to go, and in the light of what I've said, I'm going to borrow, and now I must go and tell you I'm asking money from this institution, I'm asking money from this institution. So budget says there's a shortfall of this magnitude. And I say, in addition to that shortfall, there's a deficit I'm going to service of this magnitude. So you may find that my borrowing requirements are going to be about 700 billion rand. So I tell you upfront. So that's the first point I'm saying. That's the one thing we've got to understand about the budget. The second thing are the terms and conditions of this law. We deliberately list, we deliberately list one colleague colleague outside this meeting, somebody said to me, why don't you go out and borrow to the NDB, the BRICS Bank, not the World Bank? If you look at that category of loans, you'll see that the World Bank loan is cheaper than the BRICS Bank. Go and read the book. Don't listen to me. Go, because understand the budget. Because part of the debate we have in this room is a failure to understand that interaction with the budget. Unless we understand that, no, you don't. Because the questions that are being posed are a reflection that you don't understand how the mechanisms work. So,
Order, honorable members.
So I'm transparent. I'm trying to say, I tabled the budget. I told you upfront I'm going to go and borrow. No one says, no, if you're going to go and borrow, don't go and borrow. It's fine. If you say I must not go and borrow, then you must say I must cut the budget. So that's how the budget works. Bye-bye.
Honorable members, the second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, we commend the ministry prioritizing infrastructure spend, but we've seen that these two SOEs had a ferocious appetite for state funds during the state capture years, especially for funds that are not earmarked for specific projects, but as you've said, they're used for general budget support to help unblock infrastructure backlogs. Now, Minister, what are you going to do to avoid state capture 2.0? And how will you ensure that there's a return on investment and that this loan pays for itself over the next 16 years? And finally, what evidence-based mechanisms will you use to measure this return? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister. I want to remind Honorable Minister members that the supplementary question is one question. And we see members are asking more than one question that leads you into difficulties in responding in the restricted time. No. Read the rules, Honorable Member. Read the rules. Honorable Minister, over to you. You may decide which one you want to ask.
Because they excite me, I end up answering all of them. The issue is the following. The question is that how am I going to avoid state capture? What I can avoid, I cannot say I can avoid state capture. What I can avoid is the misuse of that money when I give it to that institution. What I do, every institution now, when I give an institution money, I attach conditions, which I supervise. A typical example is one we've done with ESCOM, and it has paid dividend, and as a result, after supervising the ESCOM loan, I ended up saving 20 billion rand. So I supervise, I attach conditions which I supervise. That's how I can avoid that question. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Adebe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Given that the loan is expected to support, amongst others, the structural reforms in critical infrastructure sectors, what specific milestones or conditionalities have been agreed upon with the World Bank to ensure that the funds are used strictly for intended outcomes? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
No, the World Bank does not say I'm putting this money to you to achieve for those intended outcomes. Here I said it's not earmarked money. In other words, there's no condition attached to a specific outcome. It's not earmarked. They're giving us a loan. Any loan, the condition, you must be able to pay it back. And at a required interest, which happens to be contrary to what people are saying, to be cheaper. So there are no specific earmarked conditions attached to these loans. The broad policy support which we do. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Maimane.
And Yabulela Slalo, Honorable Minister, given ndifuna uvuya xa siboleka imali sayisebenzisa for infrastructure build, apho siyasebenzisana. Your statement to say that money is appropriated through the Appropriations Act when it comes from the National Revenue Fund, I totally agree with. You have been given powers also to withhold certain funding. Transnet, as our former colleague has indicated, has had some serious issues of corruption and state capture. Are you willing to work with the respective committees of this House to ensure that when the conditions that are being placed on the loan go to Transnet and there are acts of corruption and individuals who are still working there, will we withdraw the funding so that we don't throw money to the next level of another level of looting? So I'm asking to exercise that power rather than us sitting saying there's a demand for budget, let's appropriate the funds and off they go and then we wake up later and the money has been privatized by individuals. Singayenza loo nto.
Honorable Minister.
Let me just say, we may have to fine tune it in a manner which does not blur the lines between the executive and the legislature. In the sense that, can I account to Parliament? The answer is yes. Can I talk to the Appropriation Committee? The answer is yes. Can I interact with the Appropriation Committee before attaching the condition? The answer is yes. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Members, question number 807 has been asked by the Honorable Tebekulu to the Minister of Agriculture. The question is about measures the department has put in place to capacitate provincial and local governments to A, implement agricultural technology and infrastructure programs efficiently, and B, coordinate national strategies. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you very much to the Honourable Nkosi Sebekulu for the question. To support the efficient implementation of agricultural technology and infrastructure programs at provincial and local levels, Cabinet approved the National Policy on Comprehensive Producer Development Support, the NPC-PDS. This policy establishes clear approval structures for the allocation of resources and the coordination of producer support. Importantly, these structures include participation by local government, particularly in the adjudication of project applications and, of course, the enforcement of the relevant bylaws that support food security initiatives. The department is also promoting a range of technologies to strengthen on-farm productivity and resilience, including development and upgrading of on-farm infrastructure and irrigation schemes, promotion of drought-tolerant cultivars, and support for the development of the SA GAP, that's Good Agricultural Practices Standards, and the deployment of digital systems to help improve market information as well as climate data. These interventions are all aligned with the DDM, the District Development Model, which aims to enhance integration with inclusivity in planning and implementation across all spheres of government. The second part of the question, the coordination of these national strategies is also enabled through the structures defined in the NPC PDS, which are embedded at all levels of government, national, provincial, district, and local, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. These multi-tiered structures are designed to promote coherence in policy implementation, ensure alignment of budgets and plans, and optimize the use of limited resources in support of inclusive and sustainable agricultural development. The best interventions that local government can make, however, to assist is with the fresh produce markets. And the dire state of our fresh produce markets in Johannesburg, Tshwane, and in Durban have already started to affect the ability, particularly of small-scale local producers, to be able to get their goods to market. Lack of cooling facilities, toilet facilities that don't work, and the like. And that is why I've addressed letters to all mayors of those cities, requesting the urgent intervention to ensure that those fresh produce markets are conducive environments for traders to be able to get their goods to market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nkosi Tebekulu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think the Minister has sort of responded directly to the questions that I might have been prepared for the follow-up. But for God's sake, may I then proceed to say, can you indicate, Mr. Minister, on baseline assessment that have been conducted to determine the current capacity gaps within province and local governments, and how these findings are informing targeted interventions to improve implementation and coordination? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the Honourable Sebekulu for the question. The department has initiated several targeted capacity building programs to address the skills gap, particularly at the provincial and local level. This has included training workshops for extension officers and municipal agricultural staff on the use and maintenance of agri-tech, including irrigation systems smart climate solutions, and digital tools. The deployment of subject matter specialists to work with our provincial and local counterparts on infrastructure planning and delivery, and support to the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, CASP funding, which includes dedicated allocations for training and monitoring. And the district development model is also being used as a platform to identify capacity shortfalls and ensure integrated, tailored support in priority districts. One of the examples is the rehabilitation and upgrading of irrigation schemes in provinces like Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal, implemented through partnerships between national, provincial departments, as well as water boards. Another is the construction of agri-hubs and pack houses in rural districts, coordinated through the district development model. These projects have clearly demonstrated the benefits of clear roles and responsibilities, joint planning frameworks, and coordinated funding streams across all spheres of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable S. Davids.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can the Minister provide specific examples where improvable coordination has directly impacted farmer productivity or rural economic activity, and what monitoring mechanism has the department introduced to evaluate the implementation capacity of the provincial governments in these programs? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a practical example. Just one was the recent launch that we did in northern KwaZulu-Natal, where what we've done is worked with provincial government, the provincial MEC, the local municipality, small-scale producers, to aggregate small-scale producers into a position where they could fulfill uptake agreements with Unilever for key small crops such as herbs and chilies. This enables, through this partnership, an opportunity for small-scale producers to be guaranteed a market for the products that they produce with a guaranteed uptake, which ensures their sustainability, viability, and profitability. The provincial government, national government, and local government have assisted with drying racks, with tractors, as well as other implements to ensure that those facilities are usable. In partnership and collaboration with the private sector through Unilever, they've provided course training as well as agricultural extension services to ensure that the products being produced by small-scale producers in that project are up to the standard required so that Unilever can continue to use them going forward. This is the model we hope to replicate around the country as Department of Agriculture, not just simply putting money into a project and walking away from it and just hoping for the best, but actively linking projects with the market, with uptake agreements, so that when you do walk away, those projects are able to stand on their own 2 feet and are able to sustain themselves going forward. And that has to be the model that we use for projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable C. Smith.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Minister, we have noticed challenges with the existing paper-based system currently still in use. That undermines efficiency of the department to coordinate and collaborate with and hold provincial departments of agriculture accountable. Minister, how do you plan to modernize the department with the use of new technologies as to ensure efficiency in support of all farmers throughout South Africa? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to answer the question. Obviously, with the advent of digital technology and the massive advance that's made by AI and machine learning, as well as digital processes, it would be foolhardy for any government department or process not to be looking to automate that. That's particularly given the budget constraints that we have as a result of the tightened fiscal space, which means that we can't just simply go and hire more people to do the work. So what we have to do within our departments is look for efficiencies and scale of efficiencies. And it's for that reason that we've done a top-to-toe analysis in the Department of Agriculture about which processes would lend themselves to digital applications. One of the early ones that stood out was Act 36 applications. Anybody applying for a on-farm remedy, a chemical, or a new product to be used on farm is required to go through register. This has been paper-based, and as a result of it being paper-based, often the dockets have to be moved physically from desk to desk. It causes a huge frustration, and it obviously extends the lead time for those types of applications. In working with the department head, Mr. Mazunga, as well as others in the department, that process will be going online. And what that will do is allow it to be tracked properly, to make sure that the application won't be able to be submitted until all the relevant documentation is attached, to prevent us having to be back and forth with the applicant, and will also then ensure that the applicant can monitor where their system is. It will also then provide the ministry with a dashboard about where delays are happening and be able to allow us to then troubleshoot on that. Obviously, this is just the beginning of the process, but with this new advent of all this new technology, and with the freedom that we've now been given through the regulation signed by Minister Malatsi and authorized by Minister Gondongwana around CETA, it's obviously giving us a much freer hand now to go out and innovate as government, and to make sure that the beneficiaries of the innovation are the people who rely on our departments for services. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mdlala.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Minister, abalimi basemakhaya, abalima ngokuncane nangokukhulu, usubasize ngani? And yini bona ungabaniki usizo noma ngoba balifanele usizo ngoba umkhiqizo wabo uyancipha, uministry uyakhuluphala. Kwenziwa yini ukuthi ngoba nona kufanele bengakwazi ukusizakala noma uminister ingoba engakuzwela ubuhlungu babalimi basemakhaya na? Ngiyabonga.
The Honourable Minister, you didn't get the question. Can you repeat the question, Honourable Madlala?
Minister, phakahle akafake kahle ezwe. Usuyifakile Minister.
Proceed, Honourable Member. Proceed.
Usuyezwa nazo. Minister, abalimi basemakhaya, abalima ngokuncane nabalima ngokukhulu, usuke wabasiza ngani? And yini ungabasizi bona noma ngoba nakho bengafanele bethola usizo lasemakhaya? And umkhiqizo wabalimi abamnyama basemakhaya uyancipha, uministry uyakhuluphala. Kwenziwa yini ngoba nakho engayizwa yini ubuhlungu bokuphela komkhiqizo babalimi basemakhaya? Ngiyabonga.
Honourable Minister.
I can tell you how you firstly help people in rural areas is by not stealing their money and building yourself a house in Nkandla. That's where you start. That's where you start by helping rural people. And you see, the problem with our good friends in Mkonto Esizwe is that they come with these pre-prepared questions written by Ubaba Kaduzan.
Honourable Minister, just take your seat, please. Honourable members, order.
Point of order.
Order, honourable members, order. Order.
Chair.
What is the point of order, honourable member? Order, honourable members. Your own members is not keeping quiet. I'm asking the honourable member, I've recognized him, what is the point of order?
It's now becoming a norm that our ministers, when they're supposed to answer the question brought in the House, you cannot, as a minister, ubuzwe development yama farmers and uthi wena you can
Thank you.
Can I be protected, Chair?
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members.
I can't hear myself.
Honourable members.
Tiger.
Honourable members.
There's
one member on the floor.
Yes.
You must go complete your point of order now.
I want to complete it by Rasa.
Honourable Swanzini, you are disrupting the member behind you. Order. Proceed, honourable member.
Yes. Mantash.
Please continue, honourable member.
Chair, I'm saying with our ministers is becoming a norm. When they're supposed to answer, they saying this thing, you cannot abuse the development of small farmers.
and big farmers, and then in Ati, he can develop them without stealing, and then he's casting aspersion. We speak Uti, he's stealing which money. I don't chill.
You see, honorable member.
We don't want this.
No, order.
In the house.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, you are delaying proceedings. Order. Order, honorable member. No, honorable member. Honorable members. Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation. Order. You see, honorable member, no member took a point of order, but your member who asked the question made reference to the honorable member, the minister, which is unparliamentary. Now, the minister responds. And you see, in politics, you must have a thick skin. If you dish it out, you must be able to take it. So, no, I gave you an opportunity to be heard. I'm going to give the honorable minister the opportunity to respond to the question. You are still in the process of responding. Honorable Minister.
And you see, they come with the questions pre-prepared and written by Ubaba Kaduduzan. When you don't read the question correctly,
Oh, honorable members.
yourself.
Honorable members, you cannot, what is the point that we are currently on is the reply of the minister to the supplementary question. In terms of that, what is your point of order?
In terms of Rule 68, Chair, the minister is irrelevant. He's not answering the
No, honorable member, you're not a minister. You're not a minister.
nothing to do
I am chairing this session and I will decide whether the reply is relevant or not. That's it. The order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, can you respond to the question, please?
When you don't read the question correctly or you think for yourself, you end up like Floyd Shivambu being thrown out of the park.
Honorable Minister, what is your response to the question?
Sponsors.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister.
Rule 68, Chair. Rule 68.
No.
On a point of order.
Calm down, honorable members. Calm down. I cannot make a ruling if all of you sit and shout at one another. I cannot do that. Honorable Minister, respond to the follow-up question that was asked.
If I can get there, Chair. House Chair, the point I was
Order.
is that I gave a very long and detailed explanation of a rural project with small-scale farmers in a rural area just down the road from Nkandla, I might add, who are being helped precisely by the department, precisely by the coordination. And that's what happens when you come with coordinated questions and you don't listen properly. The department is helping farmers across the spectrum, from small-scale subsistence farmers all the way up to your big-scale commercial farmers, like ZZ2. Now, all of them require assistance, but the type of assistance they require from the department is completely different. Your bigger farmers need market access. Your smaller farmers and subsistence farmers need help with input costs, for access to finance and land. And our department is committed to helping farmers throughout that entire spectrum of the farming community. And it's not a choose one and leave the other. We can help all farmers, but we have to tailor the package of services that they require to what they need and where those farmers are at that time. And that is what the Department of Agriculture is committed to doing. And that is why the Department of Agriculture was the best primary performer in the first.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable members, order.
Chair, I've raised my hand. Chair, I've raised my hand for a long time.
Honorable Skosana, why is your hand up? Honorable Skosana, why is your hand up?
Ngithokoze Mgcinisihlalo. Ngifuna ukuthi ukwazisa ukuthi ungqongqothe lo wakho wakhamba wayaphetsheya waleyamala manje uyathoma nokho.
That's not a point of order.
Unomraro ukuthi aphendule into abuzwe yona ngenweni uyabhala.
Please. Honorable members, the time for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. I request honorable members to stand and wait for the presiding officer to leave the chamber. Order. That concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.